It's been a hot week throughout Oranjestad today, no different as these two nations clash for the first time ever. Well, for Cayman Islands, it is a side that has competed in every single Concacaf Boys Under 15 championship. However, since moving up to League B, it has been a struggle, and last tournament, no different, went winless and goalless in the bottom of their group. It was a rocky start to the competition for them as the truncated nature of the field. They now find themselves back in League B, hoping to make a run at it as the second highest ranked team in the group. This their group opener because their match with Guyana, rescheduled to a couple days from now, was supposed to take place yesterday. So we will see what we get from Lazaro Rodriguez's side, facing off against Claudio Garcia's men in this clash to open Group C play for Los Leones del Caribe. Our referee's just about set to lead us out and get the action underway for this early morning kickoff between the Cayman Islands and Cuba, a pair of island nations locking horns in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. You just wonder which form of Cuba we will see today, a side that at the youth level has enjoyed some success, especially at the U-17 level and U-20 level, making the 2025 Under-20 World Cup ahead of this year. So it should be interesting to see how they fare at the U-15 level in their first taste of continental competition. We are just about set to get things underway. The teams taking the pitch, Cuba in the white with the red accents, Cayman Islands in the blue with the red accents. We will take a quick breather, and when we return after lineups and anthems, we will show you our starting 11. Stick with us here on CONCACAF Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if possible, for the national anthem of Cayman Islands and Cuba.
We welcome you back to the capital city of Aruba, Oranjestad, the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad, the home patch of the Aruban national team. We are just about set for kickoff in day 2 of League B action in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. The Cayman Islands and Cuba locking horns in a first ever tussle at the U-15 level, and it gives us a chance to take a look at our starting 11s that will shape the day for this early morning kickoff, starting with the Cayman Islands, a squad that is the lowest ranked team in League B. We expect a 5-back with Jaden Harden leading the line. Keep your eye on Charles Morrison and Noah Mitten on the flanks, Stephen Mason Jr. and Rayjon Booth, the wingbacks, and the biggest alteration of note, William Kirksey between the sticks, someone who's featured prominently for the U14s in the past. Our captains getting set to exchange pleasantries. It is Eric Grotestan and Stephen Mason Jr., the two who will do the honors. Forward and defender for their respective nations. Our officiating crew is led by Michael Venna, the Canadian. His assistants are Ken Thomas, Kurt Charles, and Cleon Cully, the 4th official. Representation from across CONCACAF on this match day officiating crew. On the other end of things for Los Leones del Caribe, it is a Cuba side back in League B after a sojourn to League A in 2023. We'll try to start their campaign on a positive foot. Here is your look at their starting 11 under Lazaro Rodriguez. A 4-back system. Eric Grotestan and Mateo Galina leading the line. Those two should pose plenty of trouble. We are just about ready for kickoff here at the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad. It is Cayman Islands and Cuba getting set to kick off day 2 of League B action. The contrast between these two nations rather evident. It is Cuba, nearly 11 million people in their nation. Cayman Islands, just a population of around 73,000. Many respects. When you look at that, you would think David and Goliath. And when you look at the CONCACAF Under-17 rankings ahead of this competition, you would probably see those suspicions confirmed. Cayman Islands, the lowest ranked footballing nation in League B, but looking to make noise in their second match of group play. It is Cayman Islands in the blue kits with the white numbers. They will be going from right to left on your screen. Cuba in the white kits with the blue numbers and the red accents going from left to right. We await our lead official, Michael Venna's signal for this Group C clash in the CONCACAF Under-15 Boys Championship. At the moment, still held up by a small administrative matter on the touchline. It's just getting sorted out as the players try to remain loose on the pitch. Cuba's endured a disappointing campaign in 2023. Their 2025 campaign gets underway in League B, hoping to be one of the 4 group winners to potentially progress. It's them and Puerto Rico, the favorites entering the afternoon, and they will look to stake their claim here this afternoon. Underway, it is Cayman Islands and Cuba here in the morning kickoff in the CONCACAF Boys Under-15 Championship. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action. The Cayman Islands squad that fell 3-0 to Puerto Rico yesterday, the presumptive group favorite at the start of the competition. We'll see how they fare against the team that is second highest ranked in the group in Cuba. There's a touch of it from Carlos Rojas, a 14-year-old who loses out to Oscar Shakespeare. Cayman Islands, of course, an autonomous territory of England. I've already mentioned the vast population disparity between the two nations. Cayman Islands, though, frequent feature in League B the last couple of competitions after dominating League C for large spells. Rojas plays this forward. Gorteston is forced wide. It is snatched back by the defender Jahari Reed. We've already mentioned the struggles Cuba endured in League A, finishing third in their group, a -12 goal differential throughout the group stage before they were thoroughly trounced by El Salvador in their final position match. We're never truly in contention. Fell 11-0 to the United States, which obviously makes things a little difficult in terms of progressing as one of the top two teams in the group. Cayman Islands, meanwhile, went winless and goalless, outscored 13-0 throughout the entirety of their 2023 campaign as a League B outfit, but they do have a storied history in the early stages of this competition of dominating League C. Nearly found themselves back there in this competition. The goalkeeper is off his line in Kirksey, and he does just enough to bash that clear. Only as far as Rojas. Flashes a bit of flair on the near side. Low cross in, running all the way through. Ultimately, no one there in white to greet it in a position of menace. Reve. John-Mark Thomas is sent to the deck. This will be an early sign of things to come. Cayman Islands will be under pressure throughout the morning and early afternoon. See this tug of the shirt by Leandro Reve on the defender John-Mark Thomas. Our referee setting the tone early. There is the goalkeeper, William Kirksey, 14 years of age, a Cayman Islands squad that has taken a chance on a bevy of younger talent. Neither team shy about giving 13 and 14-year-olds a chance in this U-15 competition. He will have a big task today. He may have one here. Rojas is through. Great save by Kirksey, denying Cuba what looked to be a surefire opener. Big chance there. You see Kalina marauding through the defense, which is entirely stretched. Carlos Rojas with the goal at his mercy and narrowly misses out on that top right corner. Credit to Kirksey, who read it the entire way. And it sets up Cuba with the match's first corner. Taken with in-swing. And right into the gloves of William Kirksey. The goal throughout this match for Cayman Islands will be to weather the storm for as long as possible. You can expect them to be on the back foot for large spells. The first 5 minutes have been pretty clear indication of that. But if they can just hold tough and keep the scoreline level or within a goal for as long as possible, maybe they put themselves in a position to obtain some sort of result, which, if they have any hope of winning the group and progressing to the knockouts, they effectively must win today. Anything less than 3 points through 2 matches will almost surely put them out of group contention, especially if Puerto Rico takes care of business against Guyana later in the afternoon. Another corner for Cuba. Guyana whips it in. And again, far too tight on Kirksey. I've already discussed the disparity in the rankings. Right now, Cayman Islands 26th in the Concacaf U-17 rankings, which is used to define the league setup in the U-15 championship. As you see, an early challenge that draws the yellow card against Jaden Harding, so an early booking for Cayman Islands. Just chops at the heels. Not much malice in it. But our referee, Michael Venna, making no bones about the way he'll officiate this. No nonsense. Sets up Cuba and David Estrada with an early set piece. Training ground routine. Back for Estrada. The cross lacked any semblance of accuracy there. Well, back on the subject of the ranking disparity, Cayman Islands at 26th, when you look at the way the league system would be defined, would technically be in League C, but Guadeloupe not competing in this year's Under-15 Championship, so that affords the extra spot for the Turtles to be eligible to compete in League B for the third consecutive campaign. And their reward for that is Puerto Rico to start, a top 10 team in the U-17 rankings. And then Cuba, ranked 18th. Side that has fallen a considerable bit after their Under-17 World Cup qualifying campaign. Fell just short. Well, there is the 13-year-old Oscar Shakespeare, one of a few English-based Cayman Islands players. Currently plays for the Millfield School in England. Just transferred from 345 FC Academy ranks in the Cayman Islands. Another chance for Cuba mounting. Excellent interplay. A chance here on the far side. Cross comes in, and Rojas makes no mistakes this time. A well-worked opener for Cuba, who takes the lead inside 8 minutes. Much more routine finish this from Carlos Rojas. What interplay this is. Grotestan out wide to Refe. The low cross in. Nobody is in the vicinity of Rojas. And all he has to do is roll it underneath Kirksey. Couple of good saves early. One to deny Carlos Rojas. But at the third time of asking, Cuba has knocked the door down. 1-0, Los Leones del Caribe in their Group C opener. That early goal surely will send the wind at Cuba's backs. It's knocked towards Guyana. Not at the edge of the area. Protestan had a hit and well over the bar. Well, at this point, if you're the Cayman Islands, you just have to remain within a goal. Otherwise, things will unravel rather quickly. Eric Grotestan, the 14-year-old, trying for the spectacular. Doesn't quite put it on frame. This will be an onslaught for the next quarter of an hour until perhaps tired legs set in. It's cleared to the edge of the area. It's a decent pop right into the gloves of Kirksey, though. Was worth a hit from Giuseppe Martinez, though. We approach the 10-minute mark, a 1-0 advantage for Cuba over the Cayman Islands, courtesy of Carlos Rojas and his 8th-minute opener after a very well-worked move. Remember, 35-minute halves in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship, so only 70 minutes to determine a winner. Definitely adds some parity to things, especially when you stack up two nations that face this degree of a gap in the regional rankings. But right now, things going according to plan for the favorites, Los Leones del Caribe. You see it on your screen, 1-0. It is Rojas who opened the scoring 3 minutes after nearly doing so. Cayman Islands with a first foray forward into Cuba's half. Protestan. Floated out of danger. The question is, as this wears on, can Cayman Islands establish a semblance of possession? Can they keep Cuba honest at the back? As you see, a first touch of the day from our goalkeeper, Claudio Deson, currently playing for Guantanamo in Cuba. Booth sent clattering to the deck, and this, a rather appetizing set-piece position, as Leandro Sanchez, the center back, has shown the yellow card. So maybe something brewing here for Cayman Islands. You see Booth gets the wrong side of Leandro Sanchez, and the referee keeps consistent with his threshold for a yellow. No hesitation into Michael Vena's pocket. And maybe, just maybe, Cayman Islands was something brewing. Claudio Deson organizing his wall. To go for goal or whip it in. They go for goal. It was right into the quarter of uncertainty, but Deson gets there a millisecond before the onrushing attacker. And he passes his first test. 14-year-olds. One of the many on this roster born in 2011. In fact, there are no 2010-born players on this Cuba squad. They've opted to take under 15 quite literally. Lazaro Rodriguez and company. Cayman Islands balancing their age ranges a bit more than that. Here's Estrada. Loses out on the near side. Goes out just for a goal kick. Kirksey's been a man under fire in the early stages, so far with the exception of a goal that really he couldn't have done much to prevent. He's handled this early onslaught from Cuba quite well. That's what tends to happen in matches like this. Sometimes you weather the storm for a while and then the second flies in, and from there the floodgates start to open. That is what the Turtles cannot afford in this tenuous situation. We approach the 15-minute threshold. For those just joining us on Concacaf Go, we welcome you into Aruba at the Estadio Guillermo Trinidad, the home patch of the Aruban national team. We're in Aruba, an autonomous island associated with the Kingdom of the Netherlands. 1-0 to Cuba in their Group C opener in League B. Carlos Rojas striking in the 8th minute. Cayman Islands, meanwhile, a tall order if they are to navigate back into this one, a side that's already fallen 3-0 to Puerto Rico yesterday and effectively must win to stay in group contention. Remember, only the 4 League B winners in terms of their groups progress to a semifinal stage. The rest play in final position matches. Any hopes of a potential knockout berth would be all but eradicated with a Cayman Islands defeat today. Guyana plays this to Martinez. Now out wide for Rebe. Cisnero and Rive creating some trouble on that left side. There's your look at the Cuban touchline. Lazaro Rodriguez, the headman for Cuba, looking to engineer a bounce-back tournament after what was a disappointing 2023 slate in League A. Square off against the Cayman Islands side that has not progressed to a League B knockouts in its history. Bashed ahead, an opportunity for Booth and company to chase, and ushered back harmlessly to the goalkeeper Claudio Deson as we move towards the midway point of this first half. Remember, just 35-minute halves in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship, 70-minute matches. And right now it has been one-way traffic in favor of Los Leones del Caribe. Protestan. Cayman Islands may be starting to establish a possessional foothold. First touch of it from Seth Maldonado, Ebanks. And that brings us to a hydro break. At the midway point of this first half is a 1-0 scoreline in favor of Cuba. Cayman Islands still hanging around, though, and maybe some signs of improved possession at the tail end of that opening salvo. All in all, though, a strong start for Cuba in its Group C opener in League B. Cayman Islands, meanwhile, a rocky start to things. You look back at what has been possessional dominance, this eventually leading to the opening goal for Cuba. Protestan picking out Leandro Reve, the low cross, and rolls perfectly to Carlos Rojas. A well-defined move to open the scoring for Cuba in the 8th minute. And that is the instance that separates the two entities. As Cuba continues to receive updated instructions from Lazaro Rodriguez and his staff. All in all, though, must be pleased with what they've seen. On the other end, Claudio Garcia, a Portuguese manager in charge of the Cayman Islands national team. Someone who's been affiliated with the Cayman Islands since 2018 in the youth national team ranks. Has his eyes on a possible bounce-back campaign in League B. Although if they drop 2 of their first 2, their quest for a knockout stage berth all but eradicated. Only the group winners progress. Morrison. One back again by Cuba. This is the goal scorer, Rojas. Shakespeare. "20 minutes gone." Here from Orania Stad, Aruba at the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad. 1-0 advantage for Cuba. We've already showed you that Carlos Rojas goal that made the difference. An uphill climb for Cayman Islands, but maybe starting to gain some confidence on the ball, which we did not see in the opening quarter of an hour. Mason loses out to Estrada. Here is Cisnero. Now space on the far side for Cuba. Vefe dancing to the byline, just left it dangling, and out for another Cuban corner. Cuba beginning to rack up the corner count. This number 4 of the first half. Hooked in by Hernandez. Cleared rather well by the Cayman Islands. Just unable to run it out of that intense Cuban pressure though. Guyana to the deck. And Jahari Reed may experience a referee's ire here. You see Guyana tries to get around Jahari Reed and clipped in the process. Not much malice in it. Sets up Cuba with a very intriguing set piece position though. Guyana, the lone man over it. You may fancy him to pop from here. And well, that he does, but lacked the accuracy to pick out that bottom corner. Guyana, one of many representatives in this U-15 squad that play for FC La Habana, a club in the Campeonato Nacional de Fútbol in Cuba, the top flight, one of the bigger sides in Cuba. Plays in the youth ranks there and has worked his way up quickly. We approach the business end of this 35-minute first half. Cayman Islands still finds themselves on the back foot. You get a look at this coming together. Booth was sent clattering to the pitch. That actually is Jahari Reed. And seemed displeased with our referee's decision. Guyana again. This time loses out. Kirksey will collect rather timidly. Well, for Cuba, this competition also is an opportunity to rectify a rocky run throughout the national team ranks at the senior level. A side that was eliminated in round 2 of World Cup qualifying, despite many potentially fancying them to advance. As this cross comes in towards Booth, gets his head to it, and Cayman Islands is level. Ray John Booth with a surprise, and the Turtles on an even playing field. It is against the grain, but it is a very well taken finish. You see it one back upfield by Maldonado Ebanks, and what a cross this is. Dayson comes to claim, but Booth there first, leveraging that height advantage to make it 1-1. And just like that, Cayman Islands, completely against the run of play, finds themselves level, and they make a double change to accompany that. Oscar Shakespeare out, as is the man who whipped in the cross that led to the equalizer in Seth Maldonado Ebanks. What a turn of events this is. It is Basil Scott who enters for Maldonado Ebanks, as well as Kamani Parsons in for Oscar Shakespeare. And what a turn of events this is. Cayman Islands, rarely any of the ball in a threatening spot, makes the most of their first real chance of note and levels the scoreline. Ray John Booth, the 14-year-old defender, plays for Academy Sports Club. And maybe more carnage. It's a long-range effort, just wide, and it took a deflection in the process. Game on then, here in Aruba. Cuba overran the Cayman Islands for large spells, but Claudio Garcia's men have hung in there and procured an equalizer. And now in the dying embers of this first half, have their first corner of the match. Morrison with outswing to the heart of the area. Guyana looking to run out of trouble, can't do so though. And now it's snatched back by Grotestan. What a ball this is, just read well by Reed. Well, if you are just joining us, we have had a plot twist. Cuba got off to the flying start. That man, Carlos Rojas, opening the scoring after just 8 minutes. Moments ago, though, Ray John Booth out jumping the goalkeeper, Claudio Deson, and leveling things with a towering header. And in the final 10 minutes of this first half, Cayman Islands, the lowest ranked team in League B, finds themselves level. Well, if you are Cuba, important to put that on the back burner. We will see how they handle adversity in their first group match. Remember, their opener yesterday rescheduled. They will now play Guyana 2 days from now on Thursday to round out group play. And Guyana once again winning a free kick. That has been a common theme for Los Leones del Caribe in this first half. Challenge comes a second late from the substitute Basil Scott. We'll see what Cuba can conjure from this position. Guyana, the only man over it. Hooking it towards the back post. Kirksey there to collect. Martinez. Possible numbers for Cuba. And now a potential break for Cayman Islands. This is Booth, the goal scorer. Cut back into the middle. Down in the area now. The referee says play on. Took a long, hard look at Basil Scott collapsing in the area, but unmoved by the challenge. And it must be said, it was a rather clean one. Now Grotestan to the deck. And again we play on. John Martin, another Cayman Islands player, is slow to get up. It's Jaden Harding, who's already on a yellow card. Physical coming together and came off worse for wear. May have taken a boot to the face. No malice in it, but still seems shaken up after the fact. We have hit the half-hour mark, and with 5 minutes to go in this truncated first half, Cayman Islands on a level playing field with Los Leones del Caribe, the second highest ranked team in Group C in this League B clash. Ray John Booth, 5 minutes ago, leveling things with a towering header over the oncoming Claudio Deson. And that is where we find ourselves with so much to play for. Cuba trying to keep pace with the current group leaders, Puerto Rico, who demolished this Cayman Islands side 3-0 yesterday. Regardless of what transpires here, Cayman Islands is already eclipse their performance from 2 years ago when they didn't score in the entirety of their 4-match competition. They have done so here in 2025. Hernandez over this corner. In swinging ball. Still loose, knocked around. Falls to Guyana at the edge of the area. Charged away by Cayman Islands again, only as far as Leandro Sanchez. Martinez. This time dispossessed rather confidently by Parsons, the substitute. Well, at this point, the primary aim for Cayman Islands must be to get to halftime with this level, but every time they possess it, you see newfound belief in the way they move forward. Nearly had Basil Scott in for what would be a potential go-ahead goal moments ago. Is there a surprise on the cards here in our Day 2 opener in League B? Adonis Cisnero over this set piece. Cuba looks set to take it rather short, though. He is pinged forward towards Grotestan. Mason. It's a decent ball forward. Just too tight on Sanchez. Now the referee will come back to an earlier coming together. Seems displeased by something that was being said in the center of the park. Having a long talk with the goal scorer, Ray John Booth. We approach the final minute of the initial 35. As things stand, still level on the stroke of halftime. All eyes will be on the fourth official in a matter of a minute. Cayman Islands on the verge of getting to halftime on an even playing field despite being overrun for large spells. There's Martinez's cross. Guyana trying to turn his defender. Effort from long range. Oh, what a strike that is! An unreal finish, and Cuba back in front. David Estrada on the score sheet. Jaw-dropping. Just hits it first time and picks out the top right with expertise. There is no chance for Kirksey, and David Estrada puts Cuba back in front before the break. Absolutely scintillating. Estrada, the 14-year-old, gives Cuba the lead once again in spectacular fashion. 2 minutes of added time separate us from intermission. That will go a long way to quelling Cuban nerves. From probably 30 yards out and perfectly placed. You won't get a much better goal than that all day. The only issue Claudio Garcia can have is maybe he should feel that one of his defenders could have closed down Estrada faster. But with technique like that, there's really nothing you can do from well outside the 18-yard box. Estrada currently playing for Idea Sports Soccer Academy in the United States. He's certainly learned a thing or two. Now this knocked over the top. Guyana racing onto it, lays it off. Cuba hunting a potential final blow before the break. David Estrada playing at the MLS Next ranks. Someone who's opted to represent Cuba at the youth international level, though. He's brought some quality to the side, evidently, in their Group C opener. Final 30 seconds of the added 2 minutes. You wonder how this will affect Cayman Islands halftime team talk. A team that managed to bring themselves level with a surprise equalizer, but now on the back foot and trailing by a goal. It is definitely a tenuous moment for the Turtles. Is there time for one final foray forward? No, there is not. Well, we've reached halftime, and it is David Estrada's long-range wonder goal which separates these two sides. Cuba leading 2-1 at intermission in their Group C opener. Rojas scoring first, Ray-John Booth equalizing, and then Estrada providing a jaw-dropping moment for Lazaro Rodriguez's men. And as things stand, the favorites are in control at intermission. We will step aside here from Aruba when we return a look back at what was a thrilling first half in the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad. Stick with us on Concacaf Go. We welcome you back to Aruba for the start of this second half between Cuba and the Cayman Islands. There was a substitution at halftime. We will get it to you when we have it. Cayman Islands trailing 2-1, effectively must win to stay in contention to progress in the competition, but a David Estrada long-range wonder goal has Cuba in front. It was right before intermission, and that ultimately has Los Leones del Caribe with a narrow advantage. Cayman Islands breaking forward, though. There's a potential chance mounting. It was Luke Watson who replaced Jaden Harding, who was already on a yellow card, so Claudio Garcia making that change. That the lone alteration for Cayman Islands. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action. You see the changes on your screen now. A 2-1 advantage for Cuba. Carlos Rojas got the scoring started inside 10 minutes. Then a shock equalizer from Ray John Booth in the 25th before David Estrada provided what was a moment of brilliance from probably about 30 yards out into the top right corner. And that is what separates the two sides. Although Cayman Islands surging forward here. Curling effort. It's not dealt with just yet. And finally, nope, not quite. Deson just able to do enough. It looked like maybe he had it covered. Instead, out for just a corner. Decent chance here. It's parried right back into danger by Claudio Deson as well. And you just see the relentless pressure from Parsons, which nearly does the trick. Instead, just a corner for the Cayman Islands. No changes for Cuba at the break. Outswinging ball. It's dangerous. It falls. Morrison off the mark, though. Well, there is your look at Lazaro Rodriguez at the helm of this Cuban U-15 national team. He is in charge with guiding them to what he hopes will be a strong rebound campaign after what was a very difficult slate in League A 2 years ago. We already mentioned it in the first half. Finished third in the group, and they were eliminated by the end of the second match day. The only victory came over guest Qatar. It was a 1-0 victory in the final group stage match before they fell in their final position match to El Salvador. Their goal difference in the group stage was -12. They allowed 17 goals throughout the tournament. Here today, in much better control of things against, it must be said, a team that doesn't quite hit the heights of the United States, but still playing rather well, and Cayman Islands, it must be said, have acquitted themselves quite well, too. So it has not been smooth sailing the entire way for Los Leones del Caribe by any means. Long throw coming from Jahari Reed. Comes to the edge of the 18, a long-range effort. It just rolls wide. Was worth a pop, but ultimately not really testing Deson was Callum Whiteside, who played through a quiet first half. Not many Cayman Islands midfielders were able to enjoy large spells of time on the ball. Cuba's press, especially in the opening 20 minutes or so, was relentless. Protestan has a runner in the form of Leandro Refe. Sent down to the deck by Stephen Mason Jr., and the referee will come back to that challenge now. No foul given, though. Here's the most recent goal scored in Estrada. Back for Reve. Crossing it all the way to the back stick. Still something potentially mounting now for Cuba. And the chance may just be lost. Sanchez. Cisnero. Reve will not keep this in play. Well, if you are rejoining us on Concacaf Go, we welcome you into Day 2 of League B action in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action here in Group C. Cayman Islands trailing Cuba 2-1. It is a goal by David Estrada on the stroke of halftime from 30 yards. A moment of genius from the 14-year-old, which separates these two sides. Cayman Islands in their second group match, Cuba in their group opener. As Los Leones del Caribe hope to keep pace with Puerto Rico, which throttled Cayman Islands 3-0 yesterday. Here's Mitten, 15-year-old. Plays it forward. Morrison in a bit of space now. Manages to negotiate beyond Estrada. Along the byline. Cross took a deflection and out for a Cayman Islands corner. And in these scenarios, set pieces you'd figure would be their best avenue back. We've already seen Ray John Booth, score a towering header where he leapt above Claudio Deson to equalize, albeit that was out of open play, but it mimics the action you may see on a corner. Cuba is making a change. It is Cristiano Torriente who will enter the action for Leandro Reve. Leodani Reve, I should say. Torriente for Leodani Reve on the right flank. We'll run it back again from the corner flag. So Leodani Reve, strong shift, played the ball that led to Rojas's opener. And he exits after just over 40 minutes. Corner taken short. Decent cross towards Booth. Bouncing into the dirt and over the bar. He nearly had another header goal to his name. Decent cross in. Booth heading it into the deck. Just trying to create that uncertainty around the goal mouth, but just missed wide. Big chance here. And then he has a little coming together with David Estrada, who may be trying to sell a thing or two there. Was shown the yellow anyways. It's definitely a point to watch. Cayman Islands goal scorer is walking the tightrope. Booth. We've hit 45 minutes, 10 minutes since the restart. Still a 2-1 advantage for Cuba. Opener scored by Carlos Rojas after the lovely ball from Leodani Reve. There was an equalizer from Ray John Booth on 25 minutes. And then 10 minutes later, just before halftime, David Estrada providing a spectacular from 30 yards. That is the breakdown at the moment. All 3 goals in the first half. And now the question beckons, can Cayman Islands conjure another somewhat unlikely equalizer? They definitely look a little more confident in the way they've knocked it about since halftime. Booth. Cleared only as far as the center back, John Mark Thomas. This is a rare period of prolonged Cayman Islands pressure. Part of that is maybe Cuba throwing a few more numbers behind the ball, but at this stage, can't afford to gamble too much with a 1-goal advantage, especially knowing that goal difference will play a role in defining the group winner come the end of Group C play. Grotestan knocked towards Guyana, does latch onto it. It's Mateo Guyana trying to chip the goalkeeper and cleared off the line by John Mark Thomas. It was nearly another spectacular individual effort. Instead, though, John Mark Thomas keeping Cayman Islands within a goal. See Guyana just continuing to keep this up and trying to chip Kirksey. Ultimately, Thomas in the right place at the right time. Ray John Booth's day will come to a conclusion. He has done his part, scoring the first half equalizer and creating general havoc up front. He's replaced now by Christian Bonner. As Cayman Islands looks for a new recipe on the front line, and with Booth walking the tightrope with a yellow card, cannot afford to lose him later in the competition. Booth out, Bonner in. As Cayman Islands still hunts a roadmap back into this. In-swinger from Guyana. Turn from Estrada. He's playing with some level of confidence since that scintillating strike in the first half. Jorge. It's a loose ball. It's one that Scott latches onto. Maybe some space to counter. Bonner's just a footstep late. Parsons. Snatched back by Torriente, the replacement for Leodani Reve. A lot less work for Mr. Kirksey to do between the sticks here in the second half. On 50 minutes, has seen himself tested very few times since the restart. It's a testament to Cayman Islands growing more and more into this since their equalizer. And even after conceding, the response has been positive in our 15 minutes since halftime. As this wears on, I wonder how much that trend can persist. Beginning to see a bit of frustration from Lazaro Rodriguez on the touchline. His side had full control of this fixture prior to the equalizer. And even with the long-range strike putting them back in front, they have yet to truly establish a vice grip over this since. Another corner comes for Cayman Islands. Decent cross here. Charged away. Mitten put plenty of altitude on that. Has another crack at it, though. And this a little more underwhelming than the first. Inside the final 20 minutes, and we have another brief cooling break here from Aruba. It is a sweltering morning. Temperatures approaching 90 degrees Fahrenheit. As things stand, it is Cuba with a 2-1 advantage over Cayman Islands. All 3 goals occurring in the first half. That man, the difference maker, David Estrada, his 30-yard long-range wonder goal is what separates these two squads. On the other end of things, though, Cayman Islands has begun to flash more and more confidence on the ball. This result all but assured for Cuba, especially with the way Cayman Islands is getting numbers forward and creating havoc. We've seen a lot less of some of the key creative playmakers for Cuba in this second half, and a lot more of the likes of Noah Mitten, Charles Morrison, and many others. Ray John Booth even before he exited since the second half whistle blew. Back underway. It could be a tense final 18 minutes and change for Los Leones del Caribe. Not as routine as they would have hoped, but also still have time to put it out of reach, and a third would go a long way to doing just that. They don't look the more likely to score of the two entities in the second half, though, it must be said. There is a Cayman Islands player down. It is the substitute, Basil Scott, 15-year-old, who's just a little shaken up on the far side. He came on immediately following Cayman Islands' equalizer in the first half, and he was nearly through on goal for a possible go-ahead tally around the 30-minute mark. Since then, his influence has come in fits and starts. As we approach the final 15 minutes, you wonder at what point Cayman Islands sends caution to the wind. Must be diligent of the cognizant of the counterattacking threat, especially given some of the pace on the flanks we've already seen from Cuba. Mason looking ahead to Parsons. Another foray forward from Cayman Islands. Parsons crossing it towards Morrison. Falls to the edge of the area. There is no path through for Bonner that time. Stephen Mason Jr. again, the captain. John Mark Thomas ranging forward from center back now. You're beginning to see a lot more assertiveness with the way Claudio Garcia's men are playing. They understand the stakes. Down 2-1 with 15 to go. They must find at least an equalizer to keep their hopes of winning the group alive. Entered today effectively having to win, with Puerto Rico throttling them in their opening group match. Meanwhile, for Cuba, dropping points would be a very frustrating turn of events for a squad that entered the heavy favorites in this contest. Cisnero. This chip forward, Charles Morrison some space to run. The ground is made up quite nicely by Leandro Sanchez. Reed. Guyana nearly wins this off of the center back. Mateo Guyana has provided a spark for Cuba in the 11 today, as there's a man down, and before Parsons can get through on goal, our referee blows his whistle. Guyana's offered so many moments of promise. Probably could and should have a goal to his name. As you get another look at this coming together, Adonis Cisnero shoved down by Parsons. That's a pretty clear whistle. And it sets up Cuba for a double change. Giuseppe Martinez exiting, as does Carlos Rojas, one of the two goal scorers. Meanwhile, for Cayman Islands, it is Charles Morrison who makes way for Levi Jack. So Jack for Morrison. And then on the Cuban side of things, Martinez out for Leodan Alfonso. And Yendri Pero entering for Carlos Rojas. The double change. So Alfonso for Martinez, Pero for Rojas. Cuba with another corner on the cards. Diego Hernandez making his way over to it. And as we head towards the final 10 minutes, William Kirksey's primary mission is to avoid conceding a third at all costs to keep his side in this. Hernandez. In swinging ball towards the back post, and it is claimed authoritatively by Kirksey. Very well done. Bonner, one of the substitutes. A brilliant ball through to Parsons. Has some space and an excellent recovery by Cuba defensively to knock it out for a corner. Leandro Sanchez closing ground with so much pace. And effectively preventing Cayman Islands from conjuring a clear-cut chance on goal. It is now Noah Mitten who gets another crack at a corner delivery with outswing. Not dealt with perfectly by Dason, but does just enough. Decent delivery here. It's into the quarter of uncertainty. It was right at Dason, though, and outside of a collision with Leandro Sanchez, not much in that. Did well to hold on after the coming together, though. Guyana. This time a goal kick. Well done by Cuba, by Cayman Islands defensively. Well, if they get a result, he will be one of the stars of the day. His denial of Carlos Rojas inside 4 minutes before the opener eventually came. A number of moments where he's made decisive choices in his area and stymied opportunities at the source. It's been a very solid presence for the Cayman Islands. Who nearly managed to outwit Leandro Sanchez there, but once again, the center back has run the shop at the back today. Hoofed clear by Kirksey. In the final 10 minutes, Cuba starting to pin Cayman Islands in their own half again. It was something they did so effectively through the opening 20 minutes of action, and then tired legs set in, and they began to lose the vigor with which they were pressing. Guyana, speaking of a press, wins this back. And an excellent recovery by John Mark Thomas, who got all of the ball there. Guyana again, keeps it in play. Cross isn't dealt with just yet. It falls for Estrada. A mazy run into the area is cut out. At this point, a third would effectively seal it. Alfonso. Well, there is the substitute. Leodan Alfonso, 14 years of age, plays for La Habana in Cuba. One of many representatives of FC La Habana on this Cuban U-15 national team side. We've already mentioned the pedigree that they have in the Cuban top flight and a strong youth system as well. It is Cuba side, unsurprisingly, with heavy Cuban league representation throughout the U-15 ranks. It is a team at the senior level that is beginning to permit foreign-born players of Cuban descent to represent the team, as well as players who play their trade abroad. Beginning to see that filter down a bit to the youth ranks as well. Here's a decent ball forward from Cisnero. It was toward Estrada. And a good recovery by Watson, the substitute. One more change for Los Leones del Caribe. Dario Ramos, the 13-year-old midfielder, plays for FC Matanzas, will enter the action. He replaces Mateo Guyana, who provided a very strong shift going forward and deserves an applause from his teammates. So Ramos for Guyana, the lone alteration for Cuba in the closing stages. Reminder that you can catch the nightcap, if you will, of Group C later today. Guyana and Puerto Rico locking horns in a match that could define how the top of the group looks come the end of the afternoon. Guyana side that will be playing its group opener after, as we mentioned earlier, its scheduled opener with Cuba was rescheduled to Thursday. So for Cuba, that presents an interesting situation, getting the match that they feel they should be heavily favored in out of the way in their opener effectively, and then they have to start the uphill climb and take on Puerto Rico and Guyana. Here's a chance for Cuba. Rolls harmlessly to Kirksey. Inside the final 5 minutes from the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad in Aruba, the home of all of the League B action today. Cuba still clinging to that 2-1 advantage over Cayman Islands. It is still a match that hangs on a knife edge, though. There have been signs of life from the Turtles over the course of this second half. Estrada to Cisnero. To the edge of the area, falls back for David Estrada. Can't carve out an angle to shoot that time. Cross comes to the back post. Lofted header is well over the bar from Cristiano Torriente. But another well-worked move by Cuba. High arcing cross from Cisnero. Torriente positions himself decently, but gets underneath it far too much. And that ultimately is why he's clearly frustrated with himself. Feels he could have put that a bit more direct on frame. Torriente. Decent cross towards Grotestan. Falls for the edge of the area. Estrada shrugged off it. Maybe a chance to break for the Cayman Islands. Deson well off his line, and he wins that foot race easily. The substitute Ramos. Is there time for Cayman Islands to create havoc around the Cuba penalty area? Or has Cuba taken their best blow at this point? Yellow card has been shown now to Jahari Reed. Tactical foul, which draws the ire of our lead official, Michael Vena. Leaves the boot dangling. It's definitely not a perfect challenge by any means. Probably meets the threshold for a yellow. Our Canadian official has gotten this one right. Hernandez standing over the set piece once again. Has been the designated set piece taker. Decent ball in. Headed down by Grotestan, but not enough venom on the header. Final 90 seconds of the initial 70 minutes. All eyes will be on the fourth official in a matter of moments. Cuba still looking to escort this over the line. Cayman Islands, though, not making it easy by any means. Falls here, decent effort. Bonner didn't put enough ferocity on it, though. Ultimately, rather routine for Claudio Deson. Inside the final minute of our initial 70. You see Scott clearly frustrated there's no throw. Remember, when it was level at 1-1, Basil Scott was sent tumbling in the penalty area. Would have given Cayman Islands a chance to take a 2-1 advantage, but waved away by the official. 3 minutes of added time separate us from a full-time result. The question is, will it be 3 points for Cuba, or can Cayman Islands salvage something in spectacularly late fashion? As things stand, Cuba would stay second in Group B. They'd be behind Puerto Rico on only goal difference, but they would keep pace with them results-wise ahead of what could prove to be the defining clash tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, Cayman Islands would surely crash out of the competition in terms of knockout stage aspirations with a defeat. Would all but be confirmed. Composed performance from Dason. Only challenge he lost was the 50-50 with Ray John Booth. As a Cayman Islands player has lost some footwear. Perhaps time for one final break for Cuba. And with each passing second, a hard-fought 3 points looks increasingly likely. Little tug of the kid on Grotestan. This may be the final foray forward for Cayman Islands with around a minute left of added time. You just wonder if a game effort will come up short. Has been one they can be proud of, certainly. But I don't think Claudio Garcia and company deal in moral victories much. Grotestan playing it forward. There is space for Torriente on the far side. Cuba will be in no rush to take this throw. Well, you see him just win the foot race against Johari Reed. A little shoulder to shoulder coming together. And it winds up in one final throw for Cuba. We've hit the 3 minutes, and the question is, will our referee allow Cayman Islands time to conjure one final attack? No, he will not. The full-time whistle sounds. It is a hard-fought 3 points for Cuba, who prevail in their Group C opener, courtesy of David Estrada's long-range firecracker on the stroke of halftime. It maybe didn't go as routine as they would have hoped, but they secure a much-needed victory to open group play and keep pace with Puerto Rico atop the Group C standings in League B. Cayman Islands, meanwhile, all but eliminated from contention. It would take a monumental string of results for them to find themselves atop the table come the end of group play tomorrow. But as things stand, Cuba has themselves on a level playing field with Puerto Rico ahead of what could be the defining clash in the group tomorrow. That is where things finish. Cuba 2, Cayman Islands 1. We will step aside briefly and show you our full-time highlights in a matter of moments. Stick with us on CONCACAF Go. Back here in Aruba, where we get a look at the full-time highlights from the 70 minutes that just transpired between Cayman Islands and Cuba, a first ever clash in the U-15 ranks for these two footballing nations, and a group opener for Cuba, who had their match rescheduled yesterday. And what a start it was for Los Leones del Caribe, creating chance after chance. Mateo Guyana driving forward. He picks out Carlos Rojas, who has this denied in spectacular fashion by William Kirksey. And you wondered if maybe Cayman Islands could hold tough. That question answered emphatically no, because Cuba would strike a few moments later. In the 8th minute, after dominating the opening stages of this match, you see Dani Reve roam free, a 1-2 with Grotestan, and the low cross finds Rojas, who does not miss this chance. Cuba found themselves in front inside 10 minutes, and you wondered if the floodgates would open from there. They continued to create chance after chance over the course of the opening 35. But then you saw some signs of life from Cayman Islands, who at least were able to manufacture a couple of major moments, including an equalizer in the 25th minute. After winning this back, the cross coming in, it was a lovely cross from Maldonado Ebanks, and it picked out Ray John Booth, who outleapt Claudio Deson and finished to pull Cayman Islands level on 25 minutes. And it created a situation where maybe Cayman Islands could even go in front. Basil Scott upended in the penalty area. The penalty shouts waved away after the coming together with Diego Hernandez. And on the stroke of halftime, Cuba putting themselves right back in front in very loud fashion. What a strike this was. David Estrada picking out the top corner, one of the strikes of the tournament thus far. And at halftime, Cuba found themselves in front. There were signs of promise from Cayman Islands after the restart. This their best chance. A mad scramble in front of goal and ultimately dealt with by Claudio Deson and the Cuban defense. And from there, the chance quality began to drop off over the course of the final 20 minutes for Cuba. Ray John Booth, before getting subbed off, this his best opportunity, heading it into the turf. And from there, he picks up a yellow card for the coming together and eventually was subbed off as they look to protect him from their group finale against Guyana. Cuba had some chances. Mateo Guyana, this nearly sensational moment to put it out of reach, cleared off the line by John Mark Thomas. And from their half chances, the story of the day, neither side able to find the decisive blow. Cuba not able to land the final punch. Cayman Islands unable to create any major chances of note, though, in the final 15 minutes. It was cautions galore towards the tail end of things, but it finished Cuba 2, Cayman Islands 1. Well, that is where we leave things at the end of Group C action in League B this morning in Aruba, where Cayman Islands falls in narrow fashion to Cuba, which prevails in its group opener. Cuba now on a level playing field with Puerto Rico. Cayman Islands would need a miracle to stay in group contention. For our terrific crew from Aruba, I'm Sam Goldfarb saying so long where it finishes. Cayman Islands 1, Cuba 2 in Group C play. Stick with us later today, the nightcap with Puerto Rico taking on Guyana. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Time to get Group T Day 2 action underway here from the capital city of Aruba, where it is Belize and Curaçao locking horns for the first time in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. It is Day 2 of group play with both of these sides jockeying for positioning. We welcome you into the Estadio Guillermo Trinidad. It is a sweltering day, as it tends to be this time of year on the island of Aruba. 90 degrees, 29-mile-an-hour winds. We've had very windy conditions throughout the tournament. Today is no different, and it sets the backdrop for what should be a fun affair between these two sides. I've already talked about both teams jockeying for group positioning. It's a Belize squad that is hoping to bounce back, falling 2-0 to Jamaica in a match where, frankly, it could have been 4 or 5. They were very much off the pace in their group opener against a heavily favored Reggae Boys side. They face off against a Curaçao team that just narrowly nipped Aruba 1-0, the host nation, in their opening match. And you'd figure entering today, they'll have to be a bit better if they hope to set up that winner-take-all clash, presumably with Jamaica tomorrow, assuming they are to take care of business against Aruba this evening. It sets a very interesting backdrop. It is a Belize side that historically has not had very much success in this competition, but progressed to the quarterfinals in the 2023 stages of the CONCACAF Under-15 Boys Championship, falling to Bermuda in penalties. Very well could have gone further in the League B knockout stages. For Curaçao, it has been a similar deal, to be fair, bouncing between League B and League A, and last year reaching their first ever knockout stage in League B before Martinique annihilated them in the quarters. It's definitely an interesting litmus test for both these sides, a chance for one of these two to establish bragging rights and also notch 3 heavily coveted points in the race for the top spot in Group B. Remember, in this competition, the 4 group winners in League B progress to a semifinal stage. Everyone else is out of luck and must compete in a final position match, which still allows you to jockey for positioning in terms of where you place in the tournament. But I'm sure all of these sides will be hoping that they can compete where it matters most in the knockouts. Our lead official, Amaury Majors and company, getting set to lead us out here at the Estadio Guillermo Trinidad in the capital city of Aruba, the home of the Aruban national football team. It is Belize in their white kits with the blue shoulders. Meanwhile, Curaçao in their blue kits. Teams take the pitch here in Aruba. We will step aside for the anthems, and when we return, a look at our teams for this contest. Stick with us here on CONCACAF Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthems of Belize and Curaçao.
We welcome you back here in Aruba, where we are just about set for kickoff in day 2 of Group D action between Belize and Curaçao. A first ever meeting between these two sides in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Sam Goldfarb here bringing you all of the action for what should be one of the more evenly matched tussles in Group D. Belize definitely the underdog in this contest, but Curaçao at least affording them some hope with a narrow victory yesterday. Here is your look at Dale Pelayo's 11 for Belize. 4-4-2 setup. Keep your eye on Daniel Kalas in the center of the park, and then the front two of Jordan Glenn and Davion Serrano will look to cause havoc in behind. You'd figure they'll be more of a counter-attacking side this afternoon against a Curaçao entity that will press the issue more often. On the other side of things for Curaçao, a 1-0 victory against Aruba, the lowest ranked team in this group, but on their home ground, so that definitely does still go a long way to meaning something for their qualification hopes, playing in hostile territory. Now they get a chance to face off against a Belize side that effectively is playing for its tournament life, because if they lose today, all Jamaica has to do is win to eliminate them. Actually, even draw would do the trick. See Belize posing in the white kits. The captain, Dion Megan, will exchange pleasantries with his counterpart. Our match officials, Amori Majors is our lead official, Kurt Charles, Ken Thomas his assistants, Andrew Samuel is the 4th official this afternoon. Yareem Peter Mella and the other captain, Dion Megan, exchanging words, as well as souvenirs from this event. On the other end of the spectrum for Curaçao, it is a side that definitely will press the issue a little more. This is a team with 3 players in the 11 that play in prominent Dutch academies abroad. It is a 5-back, but expect the wing-backs to provide plenty of width in possession. Keep your eye on Girano Roger in the center of midfield. He is a former PSV Academy player, now plays for Willem II in the Dutch Eerste Divisie, which is the 2nd tier. It will be Belize to get us started in their white kits, the light blue shoulder accents. Curaçao in the blue kits with the orange numbers. They'll be going from left to right, Belize from right to left. Major stakes in this 6-pointer for Belize. Its knockout hopes hinge on this fixture. For Curaçao, it is about potentially keeping pace with Jamaica, who they would expect to win later on in the night. Day 2 of Group D action in League B is moments away from getting underway. Maury Majors gives his signal, and we are underway. Curaçao and Belize, first ever clash between these two teams in a major 6-pointer that could redefine how Group D looks come evening's end. Sam Goldfarb welcoming you in. It is a pair of sides that rose to unprecedented heights in terms of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship 2 years ago. Hoping to build on that, but drawn in a group with Jamaica. Here's a quick break from Belize. It is charged away by Cardoza, one of those 3 players who makes his trade in Dutch football abroad. Here's Brunken. It will be interesting to see who jumps on the front foot. Curaçao definitely favored between the two, a side ranked 16th in CONCACAF's U-17 rankings compared to Belize's 25th. But both in the middle of the group in that regard. Aruba slightly lower ranked than Belize, and of course Curaçao not quite at the heights of Jamaica. So it definitely adds a layer of intrigue behind this. I expect Curaçao to press the issue more because you feel that they'd believe their best chance of winning this match would be to dominate the ball, but can't afford to fall asleep out of possession either. Showed you the head coaches, Dale Pelayo, the head man of Belize, Sendley Bito, the head man of Curaçao. Here's Reynolds looking over the top. Not a bad ball for Royart. Now squirted along. Reynolds just loses out that time. Space potentially for Enrique Tamai to break. Schob. Snatch back upfield. Ruiz leads the line this afternoon for La Familia Azul. Just a bit of a coming together. There isn't much in that. The defender does get the ball first, so that's what prevents the ref from calling anything. Curaçao continue to possess. This chipped over the top. Read well at the last moment by Belize defensively. Looking for Megan. We'll lose it out of play. Here's your look at Enrique Tamai, the 14-year-old, himself and Dion Megan tasked with running the show in the center of the park for Belize. So often in this competition, you see the favorite overwhelm the underdog in the early stages. Those two tasked with preventing that from occurring need to hold their own physically against some very impressive Curaçao players. Megan just sent tumbling there. It's a late challenge from Cayman. Peter Mella ushers it into the middle. Cayman, Vitesse Academy player. Long range effort was not far off. At least something for Stefan Harris to monitor. Peter Mella in the midst of all of this, he links very well with Cayman, and then Peter Mella has a crack the captain. It just knuckles the wrong direction, but that is positive early signs from La Familia Azul. You saw the goalkeeper moments ago, Stefan Harris of the Jaguars in Belize. He will be a busy man if the current trend persists. Someone who's already featured for the U-17s. Was called up to the squad during their friendlies in training camp ahead of the U-17 qualifiers. He did not quite crack that Belize U-17 squad. Belize, not the strongest of displays in the U-17 qualifiers, but still moved up 4 spots, and that's what ultimately kept them in League B. Would have been destined for League C otherwise. Schob plays it wide. Reynolds dancing through traffic. Ruiz hunts through. Chance brewing for Curaçao. Man goes down in the area, and our referee Amori Majors is unmoved. This ball played forward. Perhaps a bit of a dive. Royer trying to sell it. Ruiz. Flipped out of danger. There's your look at the Curaçao goalkeeper, Jair Noor. 15 years of age. There's a question who would start between Noor and Jean-Jacques Rico. Noor, who plays for Centro Juve, the youth ranks of a Curaçao top division side. Developmental organization in Curaçao, I should say. Who played a backup role during last year's CFU U-14 Challenge Series for Curaçao. Gets the start in their second group match of this under-15 championship. So far, it is largely one-way traffic. You expected Curaçao to boss the run of play. Jaguars haven't conceded any major chances of note just yet, but the longer this trend goes on, the more concerning it becomes. This is a dangerous set piece, and Harris is off his line to collect. Schob is down and clutching at his ankle after that coming together. Was not the most comfortable sounding challenge, and he just trod upon what appears to be Enrique Tamay. Perhaps fortunate to get off with just a talking to there. There's your look at Yajan Cardoza, playing in the heart of defense, despite being a listed forward in this match. Lovely ball over the top. Royer cuts it across. Or just goes wide, but Curaçao continues to twist the screws. And Royer at the center of everything. Takes this down so nicely. Such a crisp first touch. Shakes his defender. Gets a clean look at things as well. Not sure Harris would have had that covered at the near stick. Went back again. Ruiz. Just beyond the reach of Peter Mella. Peter Mella just loses out. No way out for Belize just yet. Well, we are 10 minutes gone in this second match of Group D play between Belize and Curaçao. Curaçao 3 points already in the bag. Belize right now empty-handed after falling to Jamaica. To have any chance of winning the group, they effectively have to win today. A draw would keep them competitive, but it would require a lot of other results to go their way, starting with Jamaica not beating Aruba tonight. And that would be a rather unlikely occurrence if you were picking 10 times. Probably happens 9. Remember, 35-minute halves in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship, so a little more room for parity in competitions like this. This is a brilliant ball through, decent chance, cut across. Excellent save by Harris at his back post. It was a free-flowing move, but one that Harris read to perfection. You see Peter Mella get in behind. His touch takes him a bit wide and lays it back across. Not enough venom to truly trouble Harris, though. Royard lays it back. It is a never-ending onslaught of blue kits charging at this Belize back line. And they win yet another free kick. It is unyielding at this point. This time it's Cayman who takes the brunt of the contact. And unsurprisingly, another set piece. Yarim Peter Mella, the most likely candidate. Driven towards goal. Not a bad effort, but right at Stefan Harris. Maybe space to break now for Belize. Tamai looking forward. It appears that Glenn just overran it. Now Ruiz for Curaçao. Approaching the quarter of an hour mark in this first half. Curaçao and Belize locked in a stalemate. Peter Mella looking to change that. Instead, beyond the reach of Ruiz. Has been the story of the first 15 minutes thus far. Quick breaks forward from Curaçao. They have yet to find that final ball. One major glaring chance after a swift move. Left what appeared to be Royer open at the back stick, but Stefan Harris closed down the angle. It's the only clear-cut opportunity that Curaçao's had to write home about. Another late challenge from Tamai. Maury Major starting to have words with him. Dives in very late on Peter Mella. A different referee, maybe he gives him a yellow for that. He's very fortunate to get off without a booking. Peter Mella, the designated set piece taker, back to work. Training ground routine to the near post. Cayman tries to wiggle his way free. Tamai does just enough to prevent that from brewing into something dangerous. Chedion Bernay, way up from defense now. These are the moments where maybe when it gets turned over, Belize can hope to break most, when there's so many resources concentrated forward. A rare loose pass from Peter Mella. Royer again. Schob. Forward again. Bernay giving chase. Tamai first to it. This is Arthur's. Loses out rather quickly to Schob. Peter Mella. Reynus. Tactical foul, maybe one out of frustration. Well, he loses the ball, and it's a pretty unnecessary challenge, this. I'd not be at all surprised if Maury Majors decides to caution him. Take a brief hydration break. Showed you those temperatures off the top, 90 degrees, and unyielding heat here in Aruba throughout the entirety of the week. As things stand, no score between Belize and Curaçao. The Jaguars have weathered the early storm from La Familia Azul. Only one real major chance for Sendley Bito's men through nearly 20 minutes, and that's a win as far as Belize is concerned, just given that they've been behind the ball for pretty much the entirety of this contest so far. I've already mentioned the stakes on Belize side that, in all reality, likely needs to win to stay in contention to win Group D. Curaçao, meanwhile, it's about keeping pace with Jamaica, but they do get what could wind up being the group decider against the Reggae Boys tomorrow. Just about ready to get things back underway. All of the action today throughout League B at the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad, just outside the capital city of Aruba, Oranjestad. We've hosted all of the action in League B of the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship. There's a rare touch of it from Jordan Glenn. Finally has some room to roam. And is snuffed out. A terrific tackle from Brunken. Halfway through the 35 minutes. And it becomes a situation where, especially in this weather, if Belize can handle that pressure out of possession, let tired legs set in, maybe there's a chance to play through. We've seen it throughout the tournament. Earlier today in Group C action, Cayman Islands actually equalized against Cuba, and they had nice spells of possession for brief spurts. Cuba wound up winning that match 2-1, but it was by no means straightforward. And this is a similar comparison between these two squads in the rankings. Maisie run this. Peter Mella looking wide. Numbers now for Curaçao. Royer. Hunting for options. Peter Mella again. Pass didn't have enough ferocity on it. Royer gives chase. And now Kuiman. Dancing along the byline. And still Kuiman. Just loses it out of play. We have hit the 20-minute threshold here in Aruba. Stefan Harris, the busier of the two keepers, but not necessarily as occupied as La Familia Azul would have hoped given their possessional supremacy. As of now, it takes one magical moment, one counterattack the other direction to completely change the moods of their respective dressing rooms. Glenn flicking it forward towards Davion Serrano, who latches onto it. Still Serrano. Lays it back off. That ultimately comes to nothing. Clayton Arthurs ran into the brick wall that was Shidion Bernay. there is that quick break that can pop up at any moment. Serrano. Cleared only as far as Megan, who takes a tumble and is able to alleviate more pressure with this set piece. I've not seen much of Dion Megan, or frankly, Enrique Tamai on the ball. They've mostly been pinned just outside their own area, out of possession. When they pick it up in space, you've seen some confidence on it, some ability to influence the game. It's pounded forward. It's not a bad ball by any means. And now a free kick from just outside the area. And this is definitely an appetizing spot. Shove in the back there. And Megan with an opportunity from about 20 yards. This is a tough angle. You need to get this up and down rather quickly. Right now, Clive Medwood Jr. is standing over this. A listed defender at 15 years of age. A 5-man wall for Curaçao. This will have to be pinpoint if he's to find the back of the net. Medwood, always rising, never dipping. Approaching the business end of this first half. Still nothing to separate these two sides. Starting to see signs of life from Belize as well. Peter Mella pinging this forward. And it does reach Royer. Floating towards the byline. Royer across the face. Still loose and nearly found its way in. It was clumsily dealt with, but dealt with it was. Belize still level by the skin of their teeth. Giano Royer again, just creating trouble. Ultimately, Elroy Willis does just enough to run it clear. Now a long-range hit. Just floats over the bar from Cuyman. Jordy's son, Cuyman, Vitesse Academy player. Already have mentioned 3 players who are currently playing their club trade abroad in Dutch academies, both in the Eredivisie and Eredivisie, are included in the Curaçao 11. Remember, Curaçao, of course, is an island territory of the Netherlands, so that explains why they speak Dutch, as well as the ties between a fair few Dutch-based players and the Curaçao national team. Happens at every level. It's not a bad ball in. Collected, though, by Ijair Noor. And an excellent distribution from Noor. It at least created a problem for Belize to manage. Meekin. Launching it ahead. And a little too much on it for Serrano to chase. You just see, though, Curaçao not necessarily controlling every second of it like they did in the first 15 minutes. There are some signs of vulnerability on the break. Have been the better side. It's not to take anything away from them, but they are not invulnerable by any means. Megan starting to create some problems on the ball as well. This is a little 6-on-6 transgression. Tiago Schob seems rather frustrated with that decision. Megan hoping to switch the play. Cleared only as far as Dion Megan. Now finds some space to roam into. Peter Mellop has left his fingerprints all over this one so far. Ruiz. Decent ball forward, a chance for Curaçao, and the opener. A 5-star break, and Curaçao in front, courtesy of Giano Roger. Giano Royer just gets free here. He continues his run, stays onside, has the beating of his defender, Jerome Avila, by a couple footsteps. And Giano Royer puts Curaçao in front in the tail end of this first half. Curaçao 1, Belize 0. Giano Royer, one of those 3 players who currently is making his trade abroad in the Netherlands, playing for Willem II after his stint with PSV Eindhoven back in the day, which is a Dutch giant. Opens the scoring and puts Curaçao in front on the precipice of halftime. Giano Royer had been creating some trouble on that left flank, and now unlocking the Belize back line with his pace and clinical finishing from a tight angle. Work for Belize to do now, and probably will have to come out of their shell a fair bit between now and halftime. Was a side that might feel hard done by because they were starting to enjoy some of their best spells of the match, but their defense left disorganized with the sheer number of bodies concentrated forward, and Giano Royer making them pay with a decisive finish on the break. Long-range shot. Serrano's effort had plenty of venom in it, but not a lot of accuracy. Have seen some bright spots from Davion Serrano. He turns Schob very well and just puts his laces through it. Plenty of velocity, but just overcooked it. But that is definitely a welcome sight if you are Del Palaio. Promising response to going down. Final 5 minutes now of this first half. Curaçao leads courtesy of the Giano Royer strike 2 minutes ago. This is well worked from Peter Mellop. Forces a sliding challenge out of Avila. Tamai. Medwood. Early cross. Won't reach anyone in white. Maybe numbers again for Curaçao. Royer, the goal scorer. Has Kuiman with him. Well, there is your look at the star man of this first half, Giano Royer. It is his 28th minute strike, which makes the difference, and has Curaçao with the lead before halftime. There were questions as to whether or not they'd be able to capitalize on their spell of dominance, and Belize was starting to expose some vulnerabilities in their control on the match. They've hit back in emphatic fashion, and now a corner. Cayman to the near post. Much more routine for Stefan Harris, though. Arthurs. Twisting and turning along the byline. That is a loose pass back towards Tamai, who commits the foul at the end of that interchange, and he actually has come off worse for wear here. Referees let a lot of physical play go. Bit of shirt tugging on both ends. Tamai is considered the guilty party. And Brunken has gotten off rather scot-free. Here's a turn along the byline. Royer shrugged off it this time. Well done by Kailes, his first touch. Reynus. Wide for Ruiz. Dances past his defender. Down in the area. Ultimately comes off of him for a goal kick. Final 90 seconds of the initial 35 in the first half of this Group D clash in the boys under-15 championship between Belize and Curaçao. Gianno Royer opening the scoring in the 28th minute after Belize was enjoying arguably its best spell of the match to date. And now the Jaguars playing catch-up in their quest to salvage something and get a result from this fixture. Entered the underdog, and it's going according to plan for the favorite. Ruiz. Peter Mella. It was the second bit of contact which drew Amori Majors' attention. Maybe some frustration now for the number 10, Peter Mella. Drops the shoulder here. There's really not much debate you can have. All eyes on the fourth official in a matter of moments. Not too many stoppages. Just 2 minutes of added time separate us from intermission. Curaçao looking to add one more for security before the break. Belize is hoping for a dramatic plot twist to occur between now and when the halftime whistle sounds. The goal scored Royer continuing to create havoc on the left flank. Schob. Good ball forward. Reynus is nearly in, and the offside flag was raised. Major chance negated by the fourth official. Reynus strolling forward again, beyond the reach of Ruiz that time. And it has been that final ball so often that has prevented Curaçao from truly unlocking Belize. The back line's been scrambling on a number of occasions and bailed out just by one bit of poor decision-making or poor placement on a final ball. It very well could be 2 or 3 if there was just that final piece of cutting edge from La Familia Azul. But I don't think they'll complain about a halftime advantage either. San Lipito's side is doing what they've been asked to do to set up that potential group decider with Jamaica. Said the goalkeeper had the ball too long, so a Belize corner, and this probably their final foray forward before the break. Arthurs takes with in swing. It's decently dangerous. Cleared only as far as Belize. Great move here from Serrano. Took a deflection. And it appeared that deflection did not occur. Well, there is the halftime whistle. A 1-0 advantage for Curaçao over Belize in their quest to make it 6 points from 6 in Group D of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. The lone goal scored by Gianno Royer in the 28th minute to separate these two squads. Belize right now with plenty of work to do if it hopes to keep its hopes of securing top spot in Group D alive. Curaçao, meanwhile, it's all gone according to script thus far. We'll step aside briefly here on CONCACAF Go. When we return, a look back at the standout moments from those first 35 minutes and change. We welcome you back to our coverage of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. 2 changes for Curaçao at halftime as they look to put this match to bed. A pair of attack-minded players entering. Urlendi Tukai enters the fray. And we are back underway from Aruba. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action. A 1-0 advantage for Curaçao over Belize. The goal scored by Yerono Royer. Urlendi Tukai replaces Reynes. And then one further change from Curaçao as well. This is loose. A chance for Belize. Excellent stop from Noor. Follow-up effort goes wide. They had a major heart and throat moment just seconds after the restart. And it appeared that Daniel Kaliz was nearly in. Instead, he laid it off. And a major chance that just went begging for Jordan Glenn. Was that the golden opportunity? Glenn hooks it wide and out of play. You won't have many better opportunities than that, especially as a striker. And Glenn, very few touches of it, but through on goal against Ijair Noor. And unable to convert. A major blow for Belize, a huge break for Curaçao. Kaliz. Royer, the lone goal scorer. Dancing wide. Just a couple footsteps away from rounding Clive Medwood Jr. Daniel Ruiz went off as well. Corner here for Curaçao. Cuyman to take. With in swing. Flicked along to the back post. Still loose. And nobody can get the final touch required. This time Belize bailed out. They had a glaring chance for a number of Curaçao players. Anytime the ball goes that menacingly across the face on a set piece, you know you're in trouble. And I'm sure the Jaguars feel rather relieved that they did not concede there. Chris Tujihout, the Ajax Academy player, also in. Peter Mella. And they'll come back to the earlier challenge. Well, you see the changes on your screen for Curaçao. They make a double swap at halftime, both towards the front line. Tukai and Tujihout into the action. I've already mentioned the latter's pedigree, playing for the Ajax Academy in the Netherlands, but opting to represent Curaçao at the youth international level. One of the brighter young talents in the youth ranks for La Familia Azul. And anytime you talk about Dutch football, Ajax is always the first club that comes to mind. Space for another counter for Curaçao. Cross deflected and just behind. Stefan Harris does enough to put off Cuyman on that occasion. Jordi-Son Cuyman, you see him negotiate through traffic. He draws Harris out, but this time Harris prevents that from skipping across the face and in. Curaçao just going to settle for a corner. Outswinging ball. Schob knocked forward. Cardoza. We've hit the 40-minute mark, and we've had massive chances both ways. Jordan Glenn denied from point-blank range against Ijair Noor, and then moments ago, a massive chance for Curaçao with a corner that flashed across the entire face of goal. A number of players in the light blue shirts had a crack at it, but couldn't usher it over the line. Stefan Harris holding firm. And ahead of the final half hour here from Aruba, it sets the stage for what should be an enthralling close to this Group D clash in League B of the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Tujihout's first involvement. Medwood. Belize can't escort it wide. Now launched forward. Cayman to the byline, crosses it, keeping opportunity, and somehow saved by Harris. The defense cut apart like butter. An excellent run from Jordaison Cayman, and it rolls free to Royer, the goal scorer, who somehow can't convert with the net at his entire mercy. Excellent recovery by Harris, and he keeps Belize in this. He has been the star of the show for the Jaguars. If not for his efforts, it is probably 2 or 3 in favor of Curaçao. Instead, he has them still in the thick of things, contrary to every possible indication based on the match we're watching. If you are just joining us, we welcome you to our coverage of the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Just under 10 minutes post-restart. 1-0 in favor of Curaçao. Giordano Royer, the lone goal scorer, but denied from point-blank range moments ago. Peter Mella, that will be routine for someone playing as well as Stefan Harris, who has made 2 or 3 colossal saves to keep Belize within striking distance. And again, as this wears on, it takes one magical moment for the Jaguars to steal an equalizer. Could it come here? Serrano muscled off it. Falls rather kindly. Belize rolling it. Charged away with little trouble. And a set piece going Belize's way now. Excuse me. Yes, Belize's way. Pinged into the area. Falls for Belize again. Tamai. And there's just no way through for the Jaguars just yet, but they continue to at least provide an element of uncertainty for Curaçao. They've had a couple of bright spells in possession. Here's another. Potential numbers now for Curaçao. Playing it through. Tukai. Good save. Harris in the right place at the right time. This is a decent chance. Unsurprisingly, it's all off the boots of Kuiban. And then you just see the forward, Tukai, the substitute, through on goal. Can't finish, though, as he tried to put it over the goalkeeper. And that prompts a change for Belize as they look to claw their way back into this. It is a defender in Leon Lord Jr. making way. Rajiv Shepard replaces him. And now a triple change coming for Belize. Curaçao, excuse me. So the chess match continues between the two coaches. Right now it appears Florenas, Torres, Florenas and Torres are the two getting set to enter. Match has grinded to a bit of a standstill these last few minutes. Set piece for Peter Mella and company. Not the best delivery in the world. And is there something brewing for Belize on the break? Ultimately comes to nothing. Well, there are the changes. It is Florenas who enters the action. Meanwhile, the goal scorer Royer exits to a deserved applause. Kai Torres also into the fray. Torres for Royer, and then Florenas also into the action. Currently playing for Sea Stars United in Curaçao. He replaces Jordaison Kuiman. It appears they may be pushing for a final blow because Florenas is more of a listed forward. Just bringing on forward for forward at this stage. Outswinging corner. Not dealt with decisively yet. Now it largely is. Maybe an opportunity on the break. Florenas, one-on-one, playing it across. Torres, an excellent last-ditch intervention. Jerome Avila catches up to him. And the chance is lost for Curaçao. A golden opportunity on the counter. A 2v1 at one point. An excellent Trivella ball through. But it just forces Torres to hold up his run for a half second, and that buys Avila the time he needs to recover. And once again, everything but the final action for Curaçao has come off. We move towards the final 20 minutes here in this Group D contest. And at the moment, still hangs on a knife edge. Tujihut. One back by Brunken. Peter Mella. Excellent run from Torres. Bypasses his defender. And out for another Curaçao corner. We've hit the 50-minute threshold. It is still Curaçao by 1-0. But it could have been so much more. A number of chances in this second half that have gone by the wayside. Meanwhile, Belize themselves and Dale Pelayo's team has had one or two glaring chances. Jordan Glenn was through on goal about 30 seconds after the restart. That was their big chance to equalize. Ishire Noor did well to make himself big and deny him. In swinging corner. Headed along. Chance not lost yet. Cleared only as far as Brunken, who charges forward from defense now. Brunken splits a pair of defenders. Decent cross. The goalkeeper's gone down in Harris. And they play on. Now the referee will stop play to check out Stefan Harris, who has just gone down clutching his head after trying to claim that cross. And this is a concerning sight. Someone who's played so well for Belize. This single-handedly at times kept them in the match. And he just runs right into the substitute Tukai. Well, this definitely a moment of concern for Belize. Their starting goalkeeper, arguably their best player on the afternoon, has gone down with some sort of concern surrounding his head and neck, and that is an area you never want to see under scrutiny by a physio, especially as a player. Definitely something that Dale Pelayo will have to monitor, not just in this match, but for their group finale against Aruba, which would have been the most winnable match on paper. On the other side of things, Senli Bito, I'm sure he'll be largely pleased with his side's efforts, but the lack of a second goal has to be bothering him a slight bit, given the number of chances they've created. Will it come here? Instead, out for another corner. Taken short. There is the star forward, Jordan Glenn. Very few touches of it. It's a curling cross to the back post, and no one there to greet it. As this wears on, we inch towards the final 15 minutes. You just wonder when Belize will start to get more and more brave. They've had moments where they've tried to boss things, but at a certain point, if they are to salvage anything from this, they may have to get a bit reckless, so to speak. It's not like Curaçao has been an impermeable defense by any means. Although so far in line for what would be a second consecutive 1-0 victory to begin the competition. Avila playing it forward to Glenn. Glenn trying from long range. Did not miss by much. Another warning shot to La Familia Azul. Jordan Glenn is progressively growing into this one more and more. And with 15 minutes to play in this 70-minute clash, Belize beginning to knock on the door. Tujihut. Kept in play by Torres. Now snatched back. Tamai has some options in support as well. Just beyond the reach of Khalid. This is that bravery we've discussed. At a certain point, caution to the wind will be the name of the game for Belize if this scoreline persists. And there is a Belize player down at the moment, being tended to by the physios. Tujihut. Glenn. See him coming a bit deeper with each passing minute to claim and get involved in the build-up. Good initiative from the front man. Medwood. Well, a reminder that later tonight, Group D action continues in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Jamaica squares off against Aruba. That the finale to day 2 of League B action in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Between now and then, one more match as there's a sub taking place for Belize. And it is Davion Serrano, who enjoyed such a bright first half, being forced to vacate due to injury. Definitely an unfortunate occurrence. Kamani Ranchoran replaces him. Tamai. Forward towards Glenn. Falls for Enrique Tamai. Tried to catch it sweetly on the half volley. Didn't hit it cleanly, though. We move closer and closer to the final 10 minutes. Tension starting to mount. So many important implications to this one. Belize suffering defeat would officially eliminate them from contention for the top spot in Group D because Curaçao would be on 6 points as Tiago Schob is slow to return to his feet. Remember, he took a pretty ferocious challenge to his ankle earlier and now seems to be tending to a similar part of his leg. Curaçao, on the other hand, it becomes a game of trying to set the pace for Jamaica ahead of what could be the group decider tomorrow afternoon. Curaçao cannot afford to drop points. If they are to win, that would at least keep them level on points in the event of a possible draw on the final day. Of course, that all hinges on Jamaica taking care of business tonight as well. Long free kick from Belize, just beyond the hour mark now. Tamai. Maybe an escape hatch for Curaçao. And a yellow card shown to Enrique Tamai. First man booked for either side. The referee's been rather lax about booking players today. And now Curaçao makes one further alteration. It is U-15 Slaus replacing Thiago Schob, who went off injured.
Number 8, 61. Good, careful, yeah.
Floated forward to Glenn. Excellent recovery from Megan. His influence has come in fits and starts so far for the Jaguars. He did enjoy that positive spell towards the end of the first half. And as this wears on, you see him picking out a bit more space with comfort in the center of the park. Tujihut has produced an eye-catching display since entering. Florines. Dances past his defender, has the byline at his mercy. Cutback doesn't find a man in blue, though. Glenn. Khalees. Back for Jordan Glenn. The danger man up top for the Jaguars. Looking to shape up to shoot. Instead darts it back across to the edge of the area. Off the bar. Did it clear the line? Yes, it did. Belize is level in spectacular fashion. It's Dion Megan who brings them level in the final 10 minutes. They just hung around, and Megan clattering it bar down. It does appear to have crossed. The little touch from Norwich may have provided the momentum necessary. And Belize is level in the 63rd. What a moment for Dion Megan. And now two changes. Michael Whitaker for Daniel Khalees, as well as an exit for Arthurs, replaced by Alessandro Na. What an effort this is. And the question is, did it clear the line? It's that little touch off the crossbar from Ijair Noor, which I believe provides enough of a bump to take it over. Either way, a 1-1 scoreline. Curaçao has been pegged back. And the number of chances they've missed to make it 2-0 definitely will be a point of conversation. Now could Belize push on and win it? Well, if you're just joining us, Dion Megan moments ago from outside the area, bashing it bar down with a little assist from Ijair Noor's palm to make it 1-1. Curaçao led for the better part of 35 minutes, but caught out in the final 10, and maybe another chance brewing for Belize. Medwood Jr. winning a set piece, and this is in a very, very good spot. He's upended here in a tussle. He gets sideswiped by Peter Mella, and that's what draws Amaury Majors' ire. And this is a little further out. This is where you have space to try and get it up and down. Kamani Rancharan, the new substitute, is the only man standing over it at the moment. What can he conjure from about 25 yards out? maybe even further. Rancharan goes for goal. 2 palms for security from Nort. Another cross in, back post. First time hit now. It's not dealt with just yet. A mad dash in the area. Falls for Jordan Glenn. His cross deflects out for another corner. We are inside the final 5 minutes. Dion Megan's 63rd minute spectacular equalizer, neutralizing the early strike from Gianno Royert to make it 1-1 in the closing stages. Reminder, just 70-minute matches in the Boys Under 15 Championship. So we are well and truly in the closing stages. Decent ball in to the back post. Knocked off the line. Belize overrunning Curaçao. It's a mirror image from what we saw in the first 15 minutes of this match. At this point, La Familia Azul just clinging on to any sort of result. It's a massive shift from what we saw through the bulk of this contest. Is there late drama on the cards? Or is a stalemate the ultimate destination? Glenn negotiates through traffic. Still with Jordan Glenn. Clatters it off the defender. Another corner on the way. Cardoza doing just enough to put him off. This is the true number 9 presence they were expecting from Jordan Glenn for the bulk of this contest. Had been left isolated for large spells. The last 15 minutes or so, he has been a handful for this Curaçao defense to contend with. Dion Megan, the goal scorer, to take this set piece. With outswing, hooking into the heart of the area. Appeals for handball, and the referee has pointed to the spot. What a dramatic turn this is. Belize with a chance to potentially win it from 12 yards. You see the substitute just bash this off of the hand of what appears to be Shedion Bernay. And now a golden opportunity for Belize to potentially win it. It is Clive Medwood Jr. to take this spot kick. Staring down Ijair Nort with a chance to complete a come-from-behind victory, an unlikely one over Curaçao. Medwood finishes! Belize leads in the dying embers. And they have flipped it on its head. What a turn of events. 2 goals in 6 minutes, and you cannot take a better penalty than this. Clive Medwood Jr., 1 minute from full time, puts Belize in front. A Curaçao side that led for the lion's share of this contest, dominated for large spells, but could not find the second. And they may live to rue that mistake. We are in the final minute of the added 70, or the allocated 70. Clive Medwood Jr. pulling Belize in front from 12 yards after a handball late. Here's the cross in. Can Curaçao rescue a point? Tamai. Snatched back. Peter Mella. We have hit 70 minutes. Could this be a magical day for Belize? Great cross in. Had Harris scrambling, but just wide, and ultimately comes to nothing. The Curaçao players are incensed. They expected that to be a corner. Their wishes have not been granted. Let's take another look. It's Peter Mella's cross which comes in. And the argument is it took a deflection on the cross. There was no evident one, at least from that angle. Torres. Throw coming for Curaçao. Still no clear indication on the added time expected. Belize is on the verge of completing a Herculean comeback. Long throw. Peter Mella is fouled. And it may all come down to a set piece and some extracurriculars after the fact. Peter Mella and Brunken involved for Curaçao. Dale Palaio just begging his squad to keep their tempers in check. He understands the importance of seeing out this result. A side that with this result would go level with Curaçao on points and make things very intriguing come the final day of group play. Peter Mella stands over the set piece. We are now 2.5 minutes beyond the allocated 70. Is there one final magical moment in this thriller in Group D? Knuckling to the back post. Headed along. Still loose. Curaçao trying to finish off the move. And somehow they're unable to force it over the line. Belize runs it clear. Noor way out of his goal. Pinging it in. Peter Mella has a crack. Pure chaos in the dying stages of this one. A mad dash, and Belize somehow manages to prevent it from going across the line. Nearly 4 minutes beyond the allocated 70. Tamai. There is the full-time whistle. Belize has sprung a surprise on Curaçao. They have come from behind with 2 goals in the final 7 minutes to secure a 2-1 come-from-behind victory. The Jaguars win 2-1. Dion Megan leveling things in the 63rd, and Clive Medwood Jr. 1 minute from the 70th, providing the final blow from the penalty spot after a late handball. And in this thriller in Group D, Belize prevails. They now move level on points with Curaçao and currently level atop the group with Curaçao and Jamaica. They will await the result of Jamaica-Aruba to determine where they stand ahead of the final day, but Belize is not out yet in its quest to potentially finish atop Group D. We will step aside briefly. When we come back and look back at the 70 minutes that just transpires, it has finished Belize 2, Curaçao 1 in a thrilling affair in Group D. Stick with us here on CONCACAF Go. Well, back here from Aruba, where a thriller in Group D has come to a close. What a fun affair this was between Belize and Curaçao. Belize entering knowing effectively they need a win to preserve their hopes of finishing atop the group. Curaçao looking to set the pace in the group with Jamaica competing later tonight. And Curaçao opened affairs with a clear statement of intent, dominating things in the opening stages. It looked like they would potentially cruise to victory in this matchup, but they could not find the final touch nearly often enough. This chance, which Stefan Harris closed down, and then you just saw a number of forays into the final third go drastically awry for La Familia Azul. It's what prevented them from building a cushion. They did find a breakthrough eventually, shortly after we saw Gianno Royer grow into the match. He knocked this across the face, and unfortunately, Reynos not there to tap it in. But then finally, the elusive breakthrough came just 2 minutes from the 30th. You saw Royer get through on goal and finish past the oncoming Stefan Harris, and it looked like maybe that would open the floodgates for Curaçao and allow them to cruise. Well, Belize actually responded quite promisingly. The likes of Davion Serrano and others creating decent half chances and at least keeping Curaçao honest throughout the bulk of that first half. But again, Curaçao still continued to boss the run of play, and ultimately it was a frustration affair. Just couldn't quite find the decisive second as Belize popped up with half chances now and again, but that was really it. Then in the second half, we saw Belize create chances. Jordan Glenn, the best chance of the match 30 seconds after the restart, just saved, and then Curaçao starting to create. This another great chance that was deflected wide. Royer again on the receiving end of a lot of the action, as was Cuyman. And you see Cuyman here just negotiating through traffic. This was the golden opportunity to make it 2-0. Royer, the entire goal at his mercy, but plays it too much to the center and buys Harris time to recover. And from there, Curaçao could never replicate that degree of chance quality. Ran at this back line on a number of occasions, but never able to truly trouble Harris. And that is what opened the door for Belize to ultimately get back in the match. In the final 10 minutes, continuing to create havoc. You see the striker in the form of Jordan Glenn growing into it, and then Dion Megan going bar down. There were questions over whether it crossed the line. They were answered affirmatively, and in the 63rd minute, we were level. Then appeals for handball were given. It set up Clive Medwood Jr. from the spot, who went upper 90 to power Belize to a 2-1 victory at the death. You can argue it was against the grain, but nonetheless, such a strong display from the Jaguars with 2 goals in the final 10 minutes to steal all 3 points in their second Group D match. And that levels 3 teams atop Group D with 3 points apiece. Well, for our terrific crew here in Aruba, I'm Sam Goldfarb saying so long. We will step aside briefly, and when we return, more League B action from Oranjestad. Stick with us here on CONCACAF Go. We welcome you into Stadion Guillermo Trinidad in Aruba, where we are just about set for the second match in Group C of the day between Guyana and Puerto Rico in League B of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. It is Guyana and Puerto Rico, a first match of the day for Guyana, a second of the competition for Puerto Rico. It is a sweltering one, as it has been all week. 89 degrees with 29-mile-an-hour winds. We've already seen how that's influenced teams trying to play long or play direct. The wind has been a deterrent in that regard. Well, for Puerto Rico, such a strong start to the campaign yesterday, a 3-0 victory over the Cayman Islands, and 3 headliners scoring in the form of Troy Montañez, Wilfredo Reyes, as well as the FC Dallas U-15 product Miguel Coriano. 3 goals, all of which came in the first half or shortly thereafter to allow them to cruise to victory against the Cayman Islands side that was overmatched. And as things stand, they can reclaim their spot atop the group this afternoon with 3 points against the Guyana side beginning its competition under Levi Braithwaite. Supposed to play Cuba yesterday, but that match getting rescheduled to Thursday now, so they will finish group play a day later than Puerto Rico will. Guyana under Levi Braithwaite looking to build on what was a rocky campaign in 2023, a team that went scoreless across all 4 matches of the 2023 Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship. They are hoping to bounce back today. It is a squad with tremendous talent, a few players that even play their trade abroad in England, but they have to contend with one of the most talented rosters in the competition, a Puerto Rico side that made the round of 16 in League A in the last version of this competition, and one that made its way to the round of 16 in a game effort against Mexico before falling. This is a team that is filled with tremendous skill across the board, and you see they've got great support in attendance here in Aruba as well. It's a Puerto Rico side that has reached back-to-back knockout stages. They are favored to do so again here, but they must win against Guyana to keep those hopes churning. They round out their group, of course, tomorrow with the banner match of Group C against Cuba. We will see how they fare in these next 2 matches. If they win out, they have effectively solidified their place in the semifinals in League B. We all know the group winners of all 4 groups progress to those semifinals, so very little margin for error. Puerto Rico hoping they do not slip on a proverbial banana peel in the form of Guyana today. Both teams taking the pitch. We will step aside here on CONCACAF Go, and when we return, a look at the lineups and our officiating crew for today's festivities. Stick with us here from Aruba.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthems of Guyana and Puerto Rico.
We welcome you back into the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad here in Aruba, where we are getting set for kickoff between Puerto Rico and Guyana in Group C action of League B of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. And it is now time to get a look at the respective squads that will be taking the pitch this afternoon here in Aruba. You see Guyana currently in the green kits, the yellow numbers. They are the designated home team today. Here is their 11 under Levi Braithwaite. We expect a 3-4-3. Keep your eye on the dynamic wingers that are Jermaine Garrett and Jaden Tasher, Jocelyn Halley anchoring the side up front, and Mark Glasgow in behind as the number 10. The man captaining the side is the goalkeeper, Niall Kendall, between the sticks. It is a Guyana side that begins its Under-15 Boys Championship today, a squad that has struggled in the CONCACAF U-15 Championship historically, has never reached the knockout stages. They hope to change their fortunes today with a victory over the group favorites in Puerto Rico. We will see how they fare. Our match officials, Cleon Cully is our lead official, Cherio Valverde, Luis Granados, his assistants, Michael Vena, the fourth official from Canada. Wilfredo Reyes and the goalkeeper, Niall Kendall, will exchange souvenirs and take a photo op as we get a look at the Puerto Rico 11. El Huracan Azul trots out a 4-3-3. Wilfredo Reyes and Troy Montañez both scored yesterday in the 3-0 victory over the Cayman Islands. Troy Montañez plays in Arizona with Phoenix Rising FC. A lot of American-based players on this Puerto Rico side, and it has made them quite dangerous of late, both in the youth and senior sphere. It is a Puerto Rico team that is the highest-ranked entity in Group C at 10th in the CONCACAF Under-17 rankings. We await our referee's signal. Puerto Rico, as things stand, top the group, even with Cuba's victory over the Cayman Islands. But they can set the pace with 3 more points today against a Guyana side that begins its competition this afternoon. It is Puerto Rico in the blue kits with the red and white accents. They'll be going from left to right on your screen. Guyana, the green kits with the yellow numbers from right to left. Just awaiting Cleon Cully's whistle. And then we can play football here in Aruba. And we are underway. It is Guyana and Puerto Rico in this League B clash in Group C of the CONCACAF Boys Under-15 Championship. Puerto Rico with their chance to establish themselves atop the group with a vice grip ahead of that decisive clash against Cuba tomorrow. Guyana just looking to spring a surprise and kickstart their campaign on the right foot. Sam Goldfarb thrilled to bring you all of the action from the island of Aruba, where all of the League B matches are being held currently in the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad, the home pitch of the Aruba national team. We will see Aruba on this ground later tonight at 6 p.m. against Jamaica to cap off what has been an exciting day of football in the Caribbean. This is one back upfield by Puerto Rico, a chance for Montañez and company. Dangerous cross in. Ushered to the edge of the area for Rodriguez. He bashes it over the bar, but a statement of intent from El Huracan Azul in the early stages. Montañez creating danger already. Cross comes in. There's nothing doing in the heart of the area, so they ping it back out. And it is always going to take something special from Luis Rodriguez to uncork from there, but Worth a pop, why not? Well, there is your first look at the goalkeeper, Niall Kendall, the 15-year-old, who currently is with the Charlton Athletic Academy, just signed there last month, and has really impressed during his time in the United Kingdom, where he is based for his club career. He's a native of England. He played for a number of top clubs in England before signing with Charlton, as Montañez is unable to run that down. Niall Kendall also featured for the U-17s during qualifiers this winter for Guyana. Someone who featured quite prominently, actually, so it's no surprise that he is starting here today. Starting for the U-17s in those qualifiers at just 14 years of age. He's now 15. That gives you a sense of the type of talent the Golden Jaguars have on their hands. Last year at Maidstone before making the move to Charleston in the summer. Slight bit of hand fighting here between the Columbus Crew Academy player Miles Johnson and the Guyana forward. Maybe something cooking for the Golden Jaguars. Cross in. It forces Dario Rivera into action. And he knocks it over the bar for a corner. Well, early promise from the Golden Jaguars. You see Glasgow latch onto this, and he's the one that creates the danger. It's a palm for security for Rivera. And it affords Guyana the match's first corner. In-swinger. Nodded away with relative confidence. Howley's cross. And they'll run it right back. On the stroke of 5 minutes, you're seeing some decent spells from Guyana, although that lacked accuracy or any semblance of trouble for the goalkeeper Rivera. Gives us a chance to discuss Dario Rivera, IMG Academy player who just finished his freshman year there. Native of Puerto Rico, who has opted to represent his home country, but playing in the prominent developmental ranks in Bradenton, Florida, a school known for producing top-level talents across the board. It's knocked over the top, and the offside flag is raised against Julian Maldonado. We've already spoken about Puerto Rico's extensive history in this competition, a side that traditionally has been in Division II, or now what is called League B. They reached the Division II final in 2019 as well. But in 2023, promoted to League A, and they reached the knockout stage, a game effort in a group with Mexico and Honduras and Trinidad and Tobago. Went 1-1-1 in that group, which was enough to progress before falling 1-0 to Mexico in the round of 16 it was. But back down to League B now with the field shrinking. Only the top 8 teams in the Concacaf under-17 rankings qualified for League A of the under-15 championship. So Puerto Rico just a mere 2 spots away from that. And they're breaking forward now. Numbers for Puerto Rico. A golden chance here. Effort just dragged wide. Fabian Sals was through on goal and just shrugged off it at the last moment. You see here he's running with Montañez. Could have opted to play it across. Instead takes it himself, forced just wide enough by Nyron Barrow and puts him off and prevents him from putting it on frame. So there is the first major chance so far for Puerto Rico. Wilfredo Reyes, the captain. You would think in the early stages, Guyana will be under fire. It's just a question of whether they can withstand that and make things interesting. We've seen it so much in this competition. Even in our previous match, Belize on the back foot for significantly large spells against Curaçao, but scoring twice in the final 10 to snatch it. May have to be that kind of match for Guyana if they are to get a result. Here's Maldonado. Decent ball towards Montañez. Rather routine, though, for Niall Kendall. Oh, remember, these halves 35 minutes in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Just 70-minute matches at this level. So only 18-man rosters afforded to the teams competing. When you look at Puerto Rico, these are 18 players with extensive pedigree. Some playing in high levels of Puerto Rican football like Bayamon FC or Bairoa FC. Others playing abroad in even Spain or, of course, the United States in the MLS Next ranks. This ball floated forward on the set piece from Guyana. Maldonado unable to clear it. Now Miles Johnson, the Columbus Crew Academy player. Took Puerto Rico 12 minutes to get situated in their opener. Once they scored, the floodgates opened. 3 first-half tallies to prevail in the 3-0 victory over the Cayman Islands. Wilfredo Rivera and Troy Montañez, the first 2 to strike. Montañez. Pressure back to Mateo Sanchez. Mazy run forward from Johnson. Reyes, decent cross. Maldonado was waiting. Can't put it on frame, though. Puerto Rico continue to twist the screws inside 10 minutes. Good cross here by Reyes. You would have wondered if Maldonado would have been onside anyways. Still no final product to show for it just yet, though, El Huracan Azul. As far as Guyana is concerned, not the most extensive history of success in this particular competition. A team that outside of 2019, which was a campaign in which they finished 1 point shy of the League B knockouts, they have managed just 1 win in the entire competition. They're now competing in their 4th Concacaf Under 15 Championship. So as of now, the 2019 campaign is the outlier, but they are drawn into a relatively even group, and there's potential for them to make noise here. Cleon Coley stops the action briefly. Launched long. Not many green shirts waiting to greet it. Montañez heads away. Floated in now. Guyana still trying to get calibrated. You've seen the likes of Jadon Nelson and Jocelyn Howley roam forward. Have yet to settle, though. Puerto Rico now another quick break. Sauls trying to round the keeper. He does so, but it hops rather unkindly for him. And the chance is lost. Another quick break. Fabian Sauls, the initiator once again, running with Montañez, and again opts to take it for himself. And maybe that was the wrong decision because Montañez was right there for the cutback. Instead, Puerto Rico still remain empty-handed. Press paying dividends once more. Montañez. Well beyond the 10-minute threshold. It is still no score between Guyana and Puerto Rico. Both teams sharing the spoils possession-wise, but Puerto Rico far more incisive when the ball is at their feet. Have not been shy about breaking quickly the second they win it back upfield. And they have the pace to get in behind. They may have done so here. This is not dealt with well at all by Guyana. Rivera got turned around a touch. Reyes gets past his defender, cuts it across. Montañez strikes. Puerto Rico in front, and it is a 5-star break. What a counterattack this is. Reyes picks it up upfield. You see him beat his defender with his pace and just perfectly into the path of Troy Montañez. Puerto Rico 1, Guyana 0. Troy Montañez, the Arizona native, who currently plays for Phoenix Rising in the MLS Next ranks, striking inside 13 minutes to make it 1-0 after the lovely cross from Wilfredo Reyes. And Puerto Rico claiming the early advantage. Guyana forced to go back to the drawing board. A team that had been possessing it a decent bit, but every time they lost it, getting caught on the counter rather quickly with Puerto Rico's pace down the flanks. Wilfredo Reyes that time, the man initiating it, and he picks out a perfect cross to Troy Montañez to make it 1-0. Montañez, 2 goals in as many matches in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. I've already mentioned his pedigree in the United States, currently playing for Phoenix Rising's U-16s. He also was called up to the Alianza National Showcase at IMG Academy last year. He is considered one of the top young soccer talents in the United States at the high school level. And he is carrying over that success to the continental stage. Scoring to double the lead yesterday and scoring to put Puerto Rico in the lead today. Sanchez plays it ahead to Maldonado. Guyana all of a sudden reeling. Can they play out of this pressure? Puerto Rico wins that foot race. Great start for Andres Mirabelli's men. Probably could have been 2 or 3 to the good by this point, but they take their chance. Montañez finally receives a square ball he had been waiting for and did not make any mistakes. It's a Puerto Rico side that is competing in this competition under the backdrop of massive improvements in footballing infrastructure the last few years. Sauls snatches this off his defender and sent to the deck. Very appetizing position for a free kick. See Guyana turned around defensively. Nyron Barrow just muscled off it by Fabian Sauls. And this is definitely within striking distance for Puerto Rico. Niall Kendall will be called upon on a fair number of occasions, it seems, if he hopes to keep Guyana within a goal here. This is a major test coming his way. Fabian Sauls is one of the two in the vicinity. Plenty of space to get this up and down as well. Sauls on his left, bouncing menacingly, and Kendall does just enough to keep it out. Nearly caught by surprise at his near post. Not fielded the best, let it bobble, but did enough to prevent it from causing any real issues. Although this might be another issue for Guyana. This time charged away. We are at the midway point of this first half. Guyana trails 1-0. As Rivera comes way off his line and knocked that out of trouble. Navigating through traffic with expertise. It's over the top to Montañez, and he was offside. May have had dreams of a first half brace. Those, at least for the time being, put on ice. They can't handle the pace of Troy Montañez. That part is evident as the cooling break hits in the first half of this Group C clash. Puerto Rico off to a flying start. Troy Montañez opened the scoring in the 13th minute. Fabian Sauls has created significant havoc thereafter. And Guyana reeling here in this first half of their Group C opener. It is the second ever meeting between these two sides in the U-15 championship. Puerto Rico winning on penalties after a 1-1 draw in a consolation match in 2017. It was 6-5 after that 1-1 draw on the shootout. Those two teams evenly matched then. Now the rankings and the fortunes have changed dramatically. We've already spoken about Puerto Rico's success in League A last year, and now carrying that over to League B as you get another look at the difference-making moment. Wilfredo Reyes bypassing his defender, plays a perfect cross to Montañez, who knocks it in before Kendall can close down the angle. And that is what it means to him. Had been making a number of very strong runs, and finally rewarded with a routine tap-in. He is the point of difference so far. We will see if he is the only point of difference by the time halftime rolls around. Hydration break has come to a close as we approach the final quarter of an hour of this 35-minute first half. A 1-0 advantage to Puerto Rico. Troy Montañez striking in the 13th minute. That man, Niall Kendall, has seen his fair share of trouble thus far. It's been about mitigating crisis for Guyana. That was a daring decision by Dario Rivera, but just managed to get the ball before it rolled out of the area. Johnson navigates traffic well. Offside once again. You see how evident Puerto Rico's strategy is. It's to test what appears to be a high line by Guyana as they attempt to draw them offside. It's been a bold strategy because every time the likes of Wilfredo Reyes or Fabian Sauls have timed their runs properly, They've sent Guyana into scramble mode at the back. It's what led to Puerto Rico's opener, with Wilfredo Reyes driving past his defender and picking out Montañez. Puerto Rico has shown it can break quite cohesively, and they're doing so again. Sauls brought down in the penalty area. The referee with no hesitation. A penalty on the way for Puerto Rico. Another through ball. Another example of Sauls playing on the back line of defense. And it's that little shove from Nyron Pero which draws the ire of our official, Cleon Cully. And it will set El Huracan Azul up from 12 yards. Puerto Rico can double the advantage in a matter of moments. It is Miles Johnson, the listed defender, who stands over this. 15-year-old who plays in the Columbus Crew Academy, one of the renowned academies in the MLS in the United States. He stares down Niall Kendall, someone who plays in a relatively renowned academy in England. We await our referee signal, a huge inflection point in this match. Johnson, it's saved! Niall Kendall keeping Guyana in it, guesses the right way, and denies Miles Johnson from 12 yards. Not the best of penalties. He opts for placement, and he doesn't place it well enough. Niall Kendall all over it from the second he took it. Rodriguez on his left. For the time being, Guyana still hangs around. But you wonder how long the high-line strategies can persist from Levi Braithwaite. Rodriguez toward the back post, trying for the bicycle kick. It falls kindly. Good save by Kendall. And Sauls overzealous in the ensuing challenge. Well, they were trying for the spectacular. Maldonado went for it and missed. And then at the back post, Montañez denied. Still awaiting that elusive second. For Puerto Rico, this tournament, as we were alluding to earlier, comes amidst the backdrop of major success across the Puerto Rican ranks. A team that came just 3 points from qualifying for its first ever U-17 World Cup in February. That earned it a jump up the Concacaf U-17 rankings. And they were only 1 point shy of progressing to the final round of the 2026 World Cup qualifiers in the senior level. It's a senior national team that has hardly ever been in legitimate contention for the World Cup, but that they were on the final match day, earning a hard-fought victory with a dramatic late winner from Stevie Echeverria over St. Vincent and the Grenadines, which would have put them in the third round had Suriname defeated El Salvador. Unfortunately for Puerto Rico, it was just a draw in that Suriname-El Salvador match, so forced to settle for moral victories rather than real ones. Although there was a real victory on the pitch in Mayaguez that night. Sauls undercuts Kendall. May receive a talking to from Cleon Cully for this. Bit of frustration from Fabian Sauls, who's been popping up and causing danger, but unable to beat the goalkeeper just yet. We are now inside the final 10 minutes of this 35-minute first half. 1-0 advantage for Puerto Rico, courtesy of Troy Montañez's 13th minute strike. Wilfredo Reyes, the man who opened the scoring yesterday in the victory over Cayman Islands, providing the opener on a platter. Well, there is your look at the difference maker. Trey Montañez continuously wreaking havoc with his runs off the ball. I've actually seen him latch onto it very few times. It's been his action out of possession which has made him such a threat. Tends to be the best qualities about a complete attacker is their ability to draw attention just based on the runs they make. Montañez is doing so here today. Barrow stands over this. Falls quite nicely. Not much venom in that from Jiden Tasher, though. In Group C, as things stand, Puerto Rico with this result, and obviously a long way to see it out, would remain top on 6 points through 2 matches. Ultimately have one more match played than, of course, Guyana, and more notably Cuba at the moment. Tomorrow is the fateful Cuba match, the one that could define how Group C turns out. There will be no margin for error in that match for either side, especially if Cuba can win its final match of the group against Guyana, which also will be a pretty hard-fought affair. Maldonado in a wrestling match with Ferez Noble. The referee blows the whistle against Maldonado. Bit of unnecessary activity between the two. Little pushing and shoving, and well, the parting gift from Noble is definitely something to watch out for. Whenever you lash out, officials don't tend to take kindly to that. May have gotten away with one. We move towards the 30-minute mark. Still 1-0 to Puerto Rico. Troy Montañez's 13th minute tally is what separates these two sides. It is Guyana's Group C opener. After their match with Cuba was postponed to Thursday, Puerto Rico winning against Cayman Islands 3-0 yesterday. By this point, they had almost scored that third. It's been a slightly harder go of it for El Huracan Azul today, but still definitely in control of the match. Maybe a chance brewing for Guyana, though. Was a much-needed last-ditch tackle from Mateo Sanchez. Sauls, not his finest bit of final third play. Montañez. And Reyes was sent over. They've learned their lesson about letting him roam free. Slight clip of the heels from Mark Stewart. Rather well-timed tackle to prevent Reyes from unwinding himself. And as we inch closer to halftime, chances continue to mount for Puerto Rico. Here's another one. Rodriguez from afar. Decent hit, but claimed confidently by Kendall, who collected it in the air. Really good save. Rodriguez, you see him just chop by his defender, bashing it, and it was always dipping, quite fortunately actually for Kendall, who handled it with considerable aplomb. Sauls, he is offside. Third or fourth time he's been called offside by our fourth official in this first half. Well, if you're Andres Mirabelli, you must be rather pleased with what you've seen. I think the only thing you'll largely complain about is the missed penalty from Miles Johnson, which could have provided the much-needed insurance and potentially stormed the doors down of the castle walls, but aren't quite at that point yet. And Guyana, to their credit, has put forth a game effort when they've actually had time on the ball. Issue is, since that opener, very little has come their way in the way of chances, or possession for that matter. Sauls wins it back. More options for Puerto Rico. Maldonado clatters it off his defender. Maybe numbers bring for Guyana. Wilfredo Reyes ensures that isn't the case. You have to love the passion that he's playing with. Up 1-0, already has a goal contribution and continuing to put forth a defensive work rate. Wilfredo Reyes. Here's the whistle blow and sees that he's won his team a throw and explodes like he's just scored. Sauls, offside again. He's about a half step late on all of these runs. That's what's prevented him from being in for potentially a hat trick at this stage. Fine margins in the game of football. We are in the final minute of the initial 35 in this first half. Maldonado. This is a well-timed run from Reyes, who's drawing defenders in the process. By both of them, Reyes! Kendall closes down the angle with expertise and keeping Guyana within a goal. A man of the match performance for him in this first half. Reyes just deletes his defender in the form of Fares Noble. Goes with the outside of his boot, inside of his boot, and rolls it right at Kendall. So rather anticlimactic end to that break. Montañez. This is excellently worked by Puerto Rico. Cut back across. Sauls hunting Montañez. And only as far as Rodriguez. Now he joins the attack. Dinking it through. A chance for Puerto Rico off the crossbar. And he would have been offside anyways. Chance after chance continues to mount in the lone minute of added time. Troy Montañez again, just getting himself in the correct spot and nearly adding a second. There is the halftime whistle. A 1-0 advantage for Puerto Rico in what was a dominant first half display. But it is just the one after Niall Kendall made a bevy of impressive stops, including one on a Miles Johnson penalty kick to keep Guyana within a goal. It sets the stage for what should be a rather intriguing second half here in Aruba. At halftime, it is Guyana 0, Puerto Rico 1. We will step aside briefly and take a look at the first half highlights when we return. Stick with us on Concacaf Go. We welcome you back to Aruba, where 2 changes being made for Guyana as they chase this result 1-0 down against Puerto Rico. It is a double alteration for the Golden Jaguars. The big change coming in, Jaden Tasher is coming off in favor of Damani Hardy. And Puerto Rico also is making a double change as they hope to put this out of reach. Actually, make it a triple. Why not? So we will get you all of the lowdown on those changes when we have them. As the whistle for the second half sounds, Sebastian Supa is one of the men to enter, as is Marco Russo. Jeremy Rosero is also in for Ediel Cruz for Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, Supa for Julian Maldonado. And then finally, Fabian Sals is off for Marco Russo. Like-for-like swaps for Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, Damani Hardy for Jaden Tasher for Guyana. Wilfredo Reyes was offside moments ago to begin the second half. And we are well and truly back underway from the island of Aruba. It is Guyana and Puerto Rico to round out Group C action in League B this afternoon. It was a first half in which Puerto Rico dominated. No ifs, ands, or buts. Probably could have had 3 or 4. Got the early opener from Troy Montañez in the 13th minute. But then a number of chances went begging after that, including Miles Johnson missing a penalty around the 20-minute threshold, which would have put El Huracan Azul 2-0 up. Since then, it's at least left crumbs of doubt potentially in the mind for Puerto Rican supporters. We've already seen the consequences for a team that doesn't kill a match off. Just ask Curaçao what transpired in their match about an hour ago. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action here from the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad here in Aruba. The entirety of League B being played in Aruba, bouncing between a pair of stadiums. Chance potentially brewing here for Puerto Rico. Rosero brought down just outside the area. It is a business decision from Nyron Barrow, who was losing this battle. And ultimately, it is Ferez Noble who drags him down. So, decent spot for a set piece, although as we've mentioned earlier, this is a relatively tight angle. You need to get the knuckle and curve on this perfect, just given the presence of a wall within 10 yards from you. It is Wilfredo Reyes, who is one of the men in the vicinity. Already an assist to his name and a goal in their opening match against the Cayman Islands. In addition, the substitute Russo is nearby. Reyes takes. Had the whip required, but no dip whatsoever and well over the bar. Not a bad effort, but he certainly needed a bit more up and down motion to it, and that he did not have. Now Reyes might be through though, lays it back off. Puerto Rico has a second. It is quick fire and it is sensational. Russo makes it 2. Excellent 1-2. It is unselfish from Wilfredo Reyes to lay it off to Russo, who drives it into the bottom right. Just what the doctor ordered for Puerto Rico. They were pushing on for that second, and they now have it. Marco Russo in the 39th minute, just 4 minutes after the restart, providing the necessary cushion for El Huracan Azul. Puerto Rico 2, Guyana 0. Marco Russo, the native of Florida, who plays for Weston FC, which is a renowned academy in the South Florida area, opting to represent Puerto Rico at the youth international level and scoring his first goal of this U-15 tournament. Someone who was a big presence in last summer's Caribbean Football Union U-14 Challenge Series tournament. He has now carried that over to the continental stage. It would take something drastic for Guyana to get back in this. Glasgow plays it across. Dinked forward. Knocked about. Still not truly dealt with yet by Puerto Rico. And Glasgow runs out of room. Decent initiative taken by the 14-year-old Mark Glasgow. No final product on the end of it, but sniffing about the penalty area after not doing so for the lion's share of that first half. Russo flicking it in the direction of Wilfredo Reyes, trying to return the favor. We've already spoken about Russo's pedigree, someone who's also been invited to the U.S. Soccer Talent ID Center in April in Kissimmee, playing some high-level MLS Next football with Weston FC in Florida. Pressured inside now. Decent ball from Rosero. Couldn't thread it through fully. Now Barrow under fire. At a certain point, Guyana probably has to start to devote resources forward. Remember, it is not enough to finish second in the group to progress to the knockouts. You must finish atop your group in League B to qualify for the semifinals. The 4 group winners participate in the semis. Everybody else drawn into final position matches. Puerto Rico, a clear statement of intent that they hope to get there. Another foray forward. Just knocked away on the edge of the area, but snatched back by Montañez, who did commit a foul in the process. If you are just joining us, in the early stages of this second half, it is Puerto Rico 2, Guyana 0. Puerto Rico, at this rate, would move atop the group once again with 6 points through 2 matches, and that would set up a potentially decisive clash with Cuba, with group victor status on the line tomorrow. Remember, Cuba has only played 1 match in the group. That was the 2-1 victory earlier today over Cayman Islands. So they would still have 1 more after the Puerto Rico clash against this Guyana side on Thursday, which is the rest day for everybody else in League B. There is a free kick for Guyana, so maybe something brewing. At least something for Daniel Rivera to monitor. Barrow curls it for goal and knocked well over the crossbar. On Guyana's side of things, they started decently through the first 5 minutes. Enjoyed a decent share of possession, even got down the flanks and created some trouble. But since then, completely losing the battle in the center of midfield. The likes of Raven Van Newton and Mark Stewart rarely on the ball at all, and that's a testament to the likes of Wilfredo Reyes and others who have bounced about, constantly winning the ball back and also pressing, preventing the ball from even reaching those midfielders. It has taken any semblance of early momentum out of Guyana. Here's another chance to make it 3, and they do. Another well-worked team goal, and after assisting the first 2, Wilfredo Reyes is on the board. Terrific ball from Rosero over the top, and then Reyes just weaves a web of lies before he picks out the bottom left. There are so many goals for the highlight reel for Puerto Rico today. They add a third in the 45th minute. Puerto Rico 3, Guyana 0, and that surely wraps up all of the points at this stage. Wilfredo Reyes, the Bayamon FC youth product who supplied each of Puerto Rico's first 2 goals, now on the board with his second in as many matches in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. He is someone who has been red hot in the final third and rapidly is on his way for golden ball contention in League B at least. You see the scoreline on your screen now. Montañez, Russo, and Reyes all striking inside 45 minutes. And Guyana is left shell-shocked, looking to just avoid a rout at this stage. Russo, one of those 3 goal scorers. That has some menace on the cross, just beyond the reach of the onrushing attacker. Rosero was right there. Now Guyana try to play direct. Johnson is unfazed by the pressure. And there is a man down for Guyana. It is their front man, Jocelyn Howley, who's rarely touched it today, but is a key presence for the Golden Jaguars up front. This is a concerning sight. Remember, it is just the group opener for Guyana. Still plenty of tournament left ahead. Just runs right into the back of Miles Johnson and has come off worse for wear, it seems. What a performance it has been from Wilfredo Reyes. A direct hand in all 3 goals for El Huracan Azul today. Someone who did score a big goal against Jamaica last year in the CFU U-14 Challenge Series. Has been a fixture the last couple years in the youth national team ranks with Puerto Rico. A native Puerto Rican who plays for Bayamon FC, which is one of the biggest clubs in the Puerto Rican top flight. They call it the Liga Puerto Rico over there. And he has just been at a different level, annihilating opposing backlines to begin this competition. A direct hand in four of Puerto Rico's goals in the first 2 matches. All 3 today. He has sprinted past Guyanese defenders without breaking a sweat, it seems. If you're Andres Mirabelli, any concerns you had at the end of the opening 35 minutes have been well and truly eradicated. Puerto Rico threatening to storm the doors down. Goal difference could always prove rather important, especially considering that if Puerto Rico is to draw Cuba tomorrow and they beat this Guyana side, that would leave them level on points. So every goal matters in this competition. We inch towards the final 20 minutes. A 3-0 cushion for Puerto Rico against the Golden Jaguars of Guyana. One of 3 countries in South Africa that are members of Concacaf. It is Guyana, French Guyana, and Suriname. It is interesting because all 3 of those nations identify more with the Caribbean culturally as well, and rather close to a lot of the Leeward Islands and the islands nearby. This is a concerning sight. Montañez is down and is clutching at the back of his leg. And it appears to just be a cramping situation. Caught rather unfortunately there, and you see him pull up right after the fact. Still being stretched out. He has put forth a terrific display. And speaking of terrific displays, how about number 16 in blue and white? Wilfredo Reyes, largely untouchable for the opening 50 minutes. And throughout this tournament, it must be added, you see all of his standout moments. A direct hand in the first 2 goals, driving past Perez Noble to set up Montañez's opener. And then after the restart, not only assisting Russo's dagger, but providing a third of his own for good measure. You see this unselfish interplay, laying it right back off to Russo, who dispatches of it confidently. And then just 6 minutes later, he's the beneficiary, takes it in, ushers it onto his right foot, and bashes it into the bottom left to eradicate any doubt what the result should be come the end of the 70 minutes. 2 changes, Montañez will exit, so that's at least a concerning point to monitor for Puerto Rican supporters. And Miles Johnson will also vacate. It is Miguel Curiano, who scored yesterday to polish off the victory over Cayman Islands. And then Eliel Feliz replaces Miles Johnson in defense. 2 relatively defense-minded alterations. Feliz for Johnson is relatively like for like, but Curiano is a listed defender, a product of the FC Dallas U-15 ranks, who is a native of Texas, but has opted to represent Puerto Rico. Miguel Curiano, at 14 years of age, is also eligible to represent the United States if he so chooses one day, but seems relatively happy with Puerto Rico. Of course, scored yesterday. And now getting some valuable minutes here today. Another ferocious run in behind from Reyes. And the flag is up. First time he's timed his run poorly this afternoon. Rosero loses his footing. Space now on the near side. Russo already with 1 goal to his name. Cutting inside on his right. Curls to the back post. Still not dealt with just yet. It is a mad dash in the area. Now wide. Kendall equal to it this time. And now a Guyanese defender is down after that interchange. just gets upended here. There's no malice in it, clearly. But Sebastian Supa undercuts him. And that ultimately blows the play dead. We inch towards the final 15 minutes. And at this point, it all seems to be a question of goal difference. Guyana struggling to establish a foothold in this contest, especially since the start of the second half. In these last 20 minutes or so, it has been all Puerto Rico. A pair of goals separated by 6 minutes to all but lock up the 3 points. We are back underway after the slight injury scare to the Guyana defender. Don't let the scoreline fool you. Niall Kendall has been exceptional. He's the only reason why Guyana was not down by 2 or 3 goals come the end of the first 35 minutes. Obviously denied Miles Johnson from the penalty spot, made a number of other crucial saves in one-on-one situations. He has done more than his part. The issue has been the critical mass of chances he's had to contend with. And at a certain point, when you're stuck with enough one-on-ones, someone is going to score. And that has happened enough times for Puerto Rico to comfortably cruise. They still hunt for more. Played forward. Another chance brewing for Puerto Rico. On the far side, it is for Wilfredo Reyes with a brace. A masterclass today from the captain. 2 goals, 2 assists. Unplayable. Just weaves past Perez Noble and drives it into the opposite corner. No chance from Niall Kendall, and it is 4-0 in favor of El Huracan Azul. Wilfredo Reyes, take a bow, assisting the first 2 goals, adding 2 of his own. And now the question over the final 15 minutes or so is, can he cap off a hat trick? Puerto Rico 4, Guyana 0. It is all signed, sealed, and effectively delivered at this stage. Glasgow. Not much for Daniel Rivera to get up to today. And that's one of the few saves he's actually had to make. It is not one high on the degree of difficulty scale. Puerto Rico has put Guyana to the sword today, and they show no signs of slowing down, as Mark Stewart is shown the yellow card for that challenge in the center of the park. First man to be booked on either side tonight. This time it's Rosero. Takes a forearm across the face. It's a tactical foul. It's not necessarily the nicest one either. So can't fault Cleon Cully for pulling out his yellow card. And a frustrating afternoon continuing to spiral for Guyana. This time a yellow card also shown to Raven Van Newton. So both starting midfielders are in the book for the Golden Jaguars. Hydration break on the pitch at the moment. Some changes being readied as well. Puerto Rico dominant as Guyana will make one further change. Ashan Phillips entering the action. He replaces Perez Noble, who's dealt with a frustrating afternoon, has had to handle some of the top forwards in League B, and unfortunately has been bypassed a fair few times. Has done his best, but has just been faced with a near impossible challenge. Ashan Phillips, his replacement. So Phillips for Noble. That is the lone change at this time for the Golden Jaguars. They win this backup field. Can they create something? Decent effort. Whistles wide at the near post. But Jocelyn Halley creating some havoc. We are inside the final 10 minutes. Guyana in their Group C opener has been throttled in the second half. Put forth a game effort in the first. Niall Kendall kept them in it, but 3 goals, including 2 that have been scored by Wilfredo Reyes. And Puerto Rico 4 to the good. Now Rodriguez marauding forward, looking for the run of Rousseau. Couple of steps behind. Guyana just getting its group stage underway. They still have 2 more matches, the Cayman Islands tomorrow, and then Cuba, the rescheduled match from yesterday on Thursday. I've already mentioned one of 3 South American nations that are members of Concacaf. The rest in North Central American and the Caribbean. That counter stymied at the source. Another marauding run in. Wilfredo Reyes looking to cause more chaos as he sits on his hat trick. The offside flag was up anyways. That's been the only fault in Puerto Rico's performance. Probably double the number of offside calls than goals, but I think if you talked to Andres Mirabelli pre-match about that, he probably would have told you he'd take that trade because it has still been an elite level performance. And they have staked their claim as a side that could make some major noise, not only through the group stage, but potentially as a potential threat to win League B. It's already a side that has had success in League A in years past. Good run by Rivera. Now the ball forward. Puerto Rico hunting 5. They may have to wait a second or 2 longer in the quest to procure a 5th. Reyes playing it through here. It's not a bad run by Rosero, and it looks to be a relatively clean challenge at that. And then, well, pleasantries exchanged between Coriano and his defender. Corner on the way for Guyana. In-swinging ball. Not towards the back post, and Dario Rivera is there to collect with authority. One more change being prepared by Puerto Rico as they look to escort a potential clean sheet over the line. It is Wilfredo Reyes who will vacate to a well-deserved ovation from his teammates. A direct hand in all 4 goals. 2 goals and 2 assists to his name. It has been, simply put, a masterclass by the 15-year-old up front, who is staking his claim as one of the best players this tournament. He's replaced by Jaden Jaime. And at this point, it is just about cruising for Puerto Rico and resting their starters for what could be the group decider against Cuba tomorrow. As things stand, they will go top of Group C, both on points and on goal difference. Mazy run from Russo. And he takes a tumble just outside the area. Three in the immediate vicinity of this. We are now in the final 5 minutes. Puerto Rico still has their sights set on 5. Marco Russo, the most likely candidate to take this. It favors his right foot. He does put his laces through it. It's right into the wall. Falls for Jaime. Loses out this time. And Halley can't recycle possession. Jaime again. Corner on the way for Puerto Rico. Well, you see it at the back of your screen there. The Jamaican national team warming up for their night clash against Aruba in Group D action of the Boys Under-15 Championship. That comes up next. So you get another look at this set piece opportunity. Not a bad hit, but it's just right into the thicket of that four-man wall for Guyana. So it doesn't amount to much. Rodriguez without swing. Sanchez. You could argue that given the caliber of opposition as well as the scoreline, this has been one of the most comprehensive performances of the tournament. Guatemala did win 9-1 yesterday, but there was a more evident divide between the teams. Another chance. Russo rolls it in. A brace for Marco Russo and a fifth for Puerto Rico. They are on time and on target with all of their counters, and another one that is 5 stars. Russo times his run. He's clearly onside and just rolls it underneath Kendall, who can't close down the angle in time. It has been a romp in the second half in favor of Puerto Rico. And Russo with a brace in the second. Excellent performance for Russo. I've already spoken about his Florida ties, playing with Weston FC in the MLS Next ranks. Drawing some looks from the United States youth national team as well. But with Puerto Rico, he pops up with 2 in an excellent display as a halftime substitute. Main question now is, can Guyana salvage anything from this in terms of goals? Or will it be the dominant Puerto Rican wire-to-wire display that it looks to be? We approach the final minute of the initial 70. And it has been one way the entire way since Troy Montañez opened the scoring in the 13th minute. Believe it or not, just 1-0 at halftime, but the second half has seen the floodgates open for El Huracán Azul. an avalanche of goals. Sanchez plays this through. Jaime looking to run onto it. This time Kendall wins the foot race. Now Russo is slow to return to his feet. Slight coming together between himself and Raven Van Newton, who's already on a yellow card. It is just 2 minutes of added time that separate Puerto Rico from a resounding 5-0 victory over Guyana. It will send them comfortably atop Group C. And even while playing an extra match, they still have the advantage over Cuba on goal difference. It will also effectively eliminate, well, Cayman Islands will be eliminated with this result. After dropping 2 matches and seeing Puerto Rico with 6 points. Rivera is a bit shaken up after this contact. Someone who's played with confidence and self-assuredness required of any young goalkeeper. Doesn't feel this to the best of his ability, but recovers well enough, and he's dealt the parting gift as a punishment for the first miscue. Seems like he's good to continue. All eyes on our lead official in a matter of about 20 seconds. Although the result is not in doubt by any means. Rosero turning. Referee says play on. We are past the added 2 minutes. And there is the full-time whistle. Puerto Rico throttles Guyana to move atop the Group C table in comfortable fashion. It sets them up with an opportunity to clinch the group with a victory over Cuba tomorrow. Guyana, meanwhile, it is a steep hill to climb if they hope to progress in the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. It finishes Puerto Rico 5, Guyana 0. We will take a quick breather when we return. A look at the standout moments from a dominant 90 minutes by El Huracan Azul. Isn't it? Time for full-time highlights from Aruba between Guyana and Puerto Rico in this Group C clash. It was Guyana's Group C opener after having their match rescheduled yesterday. It was Puerto Rico's second match in as many days after comfortably dispatching of the Cayman Islands yesterday night. And they picked up right where they left off in terms of chance creation. It wound up being a dominant 70 minutes by Al Huracan Azul, but it took them a while to get going. Going forward, Wilfredo Reyes, he was the star of the show with 2 goals and 2 assists, and he provided the opening goal for Troy Montañez in the 13th minute. And from there, the wheels came off for Guyana. Could not create anything after the opener. And honestly, you could have argued Puerto Rico should have had 3 or 4 in the first half alone. A number of chances that just didn't break their way in a spectacular performance in net for Niall Kendall to keep Guyana within a shred of the match. And at halftime, Puerto Rico found themselves leading by just 1 goal. It was a frustrating end to the half because they win a penalty, and when they step up to the spot, it's saved by Niall Kendall. A rare miss by Miles Johnson. You maybe thought if Guyana can just grow into this, it might be a bit of a game, but Puerto Rico never let them grow into it. Just a onslaught of attacking opportunities for Kendall to handle. And while he did so well and admirably in the first half, after the restart, it all came undone. Chance after chance for Puerto Rico began to mount, and finally, chance after chance began to find the back of the net. This is the second half, chances beginning to pile up, and then finally, the elusive second. Wilfredo Reyes laying it off into the path of Marco Russo, and that is the moment where the wheels came off for Guyana. A second came, and then a third came 6 minutes later. Wilfredo Reyes, after supplying the first 2, scored the third, a very well-worked goal where he was able to bypass the last defender and tuck it into the bottom left. And then later on, he would add a fourth before being subbed off, just negotiating his way wide, has the beating of his defender, and rolls it into the bottom left. It was 4-0 by that point. He was subbed off for his efforts. The only thing he couldn't secure was a hat trick. And then Puerto Rico continued to push on in his absence. Some late frustration challenges from Guyana as they realized that the result was assured for Puerto Rico. And then the fifth eventually came. Marco Russo grabbing his second of the day, just roaming free, rolling it into the bottom right. No chance for Kendall to close down the ankle. And yes, he was on target. He was excellent in the second half. That is where things finished. It was a dominant, resounding 5-0 victory for Puerto Rico. They will end tonight atop Group C with a chance to clinch the group if they defeat Cuba tomorrow. Well, that is where things stand. We will step aside and say so long from Aruba. The finale of the night in League B is next. Stick with us for more Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship action for the nightcap at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. More. It is the nightcap in League B action from Aruba, where we bring you Group D action between Aruba and Jamaica to round out match day 2 of League B in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Sam Goldfarb here bringing you all of the action. It is still a hot one in Aruba. Temperatures consistently above 85 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind has been there all day as well. It is common conditions that every team at the Estadio Guillermo Trinidad has had to cope with. This is the home patch of the Aruban national team and the Aruban U-15 side. The host nation will compete here against Jamaica, looking to keep its quest for a first ever knockout stage berth alive in front of its home fans, but they have about the tallest order you can possibly imagine. This is a Jamaica side that was a knockout team in League A. Not just a knockout team, a semi-finalist in League A 2 years ago. The only reason that they're not in League A this year is because of the truncated nature of the field. Only the top 8 in the Concacaf U-17 rankings made League A, in addition to the special guest Saudi Arabia. So it sets the stage for what many would assume would fit the classic mold of David and Goliath, but Jamaica did leave a little to be desired in the way of finishing yesterday in its 2-0 victory over Belize. Yes, they struck inside 30 seconds, but it took them a long time to find that second, and it left their fans a little nervous against an Aruba side that only conceded once in its 1-0 defeat to Curaçao. You just wonder if that trend persists, if maybe something surprising could be on the cards. Well, Aruba will get to contest this match in front of the home faithful, and then tomorrow as well against Belize to round out the group. The only question is, will that Belize match carry any meaning for them specifically? If they lose tonight, they are eliminated from group contention, and Jamaica would establish a vice grip on the Group D table. When you look at where things currently stand, Jamaica is first in Group D still with a +2 goal difference, but it is neck and neck. Curaçao winning today, or Belize winning today over Curaçao, leaves 3 teams on a trio of points each. So if Aruba is to spring the surprise, that would set the stage for quite the final match day tomorrow. But if Jamaica wins, all they have to do tomorrow to win the group would be secure a draw against Curaçao, which is one of the headline matches in the group. It is Jamaica hoping to build on what has been a promising run of form for the senior side, one that reached the semifinal, one that is in the final round of CONCACAF World Cup qualifying, and of course one that reached the semifinals of the Gold Cup 2 years ago. There was the disappointment of the 2025 tournament, but overall Jamaica is always a force to be reckoned with at any level of CONCACAF action. Jamaica and Aruba take the pitch at the Estadio Guillermo Trinidad, the 2,500-seat venue in Oranjestad, Aruba. We will step aside briefly for anthems, and when we return, the lineups and kickoff from Aruba. Stick with us here at the Estadio Guillermo Trinidad for the nightcap in U-15 action.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Aruba. label for the national anthem of Aruba.
We welcome you back to the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad in the capital city of Aruba, where the host nation takes center stage in the nightcap of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship, and they face a very tall order in the form of the Reggae Boys of Jamaica. A massive contest that could alter the way Group D looks come evening's end. It is Aruba that is looking to spring what would be the surprise of the tournament, led by Dreyer Bracho, the headman of this U-15 squad. He trots out a 3-4-3 formation. Keep your eye on that front line. Jonathan Quintero playing for Racing Club Aruba, as well as the captain in behind in Born de Nobrega, who is the creative midfielder. This is a side that will look for De Nobrega and Callister to provide some width with the 5-8 duo in Vasquez and Breyer holding down the fort. It will be Aruba donning their orangish yellow kits this evening with the white numbers in front of their home fans, and they've got a nice little crowd in attendance as they take on one of the premier entities in all of CONCACAF. Our match officials, Andrew Samuel out of Trinidad and Tobago, our lead official, Lendy Tavares, and Alfredo Chavez, his assistants. Amori Majors is the fourth official this evening for a 6 p.m. Eastern Time kickoff. Weather is still sweltering hot in Aruba, as it has been all morning, afternoon, and night. But they are conditions that every team in this competition, especially in League B, has been forced to contend with. Coin toss being led by our lead official, Andrew Samuel, and our two captains in Born de Nobrega. And his counterpart, Kevon Holloway, exchange pleasantries. There is your look at Andrew Peartz, 11-4-3-3, his side toppling Belize 2-0 yesterday. Look out for the front line, Carlando Morris scoring the dagger yesterday, and the captain, Kevon Holloway, scored the opener inside 30 seconds against the Jaguars of Belize. He will be a man to watch, number 11 in the black kits. We are just about ready to get things underway from the capital city of Aruba, which has hosted every League B match to date. Group D action, a fixture that could alter the complexion of the group dramatically. Jamaica could establish a vice grip and put itself in a very favorable position ahead of the final match day tomorrow. But they face an Aruba squad playing for its tournament life, a squad that effectively knows it has to get at least a point to keep itself in contention. It is Aruba going from left to right on your screen, Jamaica in the black with the yellow trim and white numbers going from right to left. We await Andrew Samuel's whistle to get us underway in the final match here in League B of the CONCACAF Boys Under-15 Championship. And we are underway. Aruba in front of their home fans, looking to spring what would be the upset of the tournament if they can get the job done here this evening. It is Aruba and Jamaica, a pair of Caribbean nations locking horns here in Aruba. An early foray forward for La Selección is stymied rather quickly. It It is a Jamaica squad that competed in League A, as we mentioned off the top, and they were dominant. Finished second in their group and waltzed to the semifinals before falling to Mexico, the squad that topped their group in 2023 edition of the Concacaf Under-15 Championship. And they've already won an early corner, courtesy of the cross deflected out of play from Mario Nelson. By this point yesterday, Jamaica had already struck. We are just beyond the 1 minute threshold. Let's see what they have in their locker in the first quarter. To the back post. It is beyond the reach of everyone, including Kelvin Brown, who does just enough to keep it in play. Now one back upfield. You can expect a lot of heavy traffic in the Aruba penalty area. They will be forced to become a counter-attacking squad tonight. If they hope to obtain anything from this, you cannot try to go firepower for firepower with Jamaica. And an early free kick going the way of La Selección. Got your first look momentarily at the goalkeeper tonight, Kendrick Rivas, between the sticks for Aruba, product of Racing Club Aruba, which plays its trade in the Aruban top flight. A lot of players domestically based for the Aruban national team. There are some ties to the Netherlands, though. A couple of players in the 11 are based in the land of the Dutch. This is knocked over the top towards Tevin Savage. The offside flag is up. Meanwhile, for Jamaica, heavy representation from within Jamaica on this under-15 squad. Tevin Savage, no exception, a product of the Cavalier Academy, which is arguably the most dominant club in Jamaica, a side that reached the Caribbean Cup final in 2024. Aruba now has a corner to its name. Out swinging corner. There is an Aruban player down in the area. Chance not lost yet, though. Bit of chaos. Finally smashed clear. A bit of resistance, though, from La Selección. One back again, Quintero. Can expect Aruba to play the role of plucky underdog. Set pieces and counterattacks should be their bread and butter tonight, as Matthew Bocout gets us back underway on the throw. And beyond the reach of Alan Vasquez. The Jamaica goalkeeper is the 15-year-old Jaheim Gray. Many thought that Marco Dean Spence would start. He was named best goalkeeper as part of Jamaica's Caribbean Football Union U-14 Challenge Shield triumph last year. But displaced by Gray. Decent cross in from Aruba. And a chance! Gray called into action. Got a relatively routine stop for him. Promising start, though, from Aruba. Great cross by Quintero. Not dealt with confidently at all, and you just see them step in, create some danger. Looked like Drexton Silva got a touch to it. There's those pop-up moments where maybe Aruba can spring a surprise in the opening stages. Weaving run here. They're to the edge of the area. And Jaheim Gray, no troubles on that stop. Gray getting the nod over Marco Dean Spence. That is the headline of the tournament for Jamaica so far. Savage. linking with Davian Clark. Javier Henry loses out in midfield. Quintero with a bit of runway. Looks in behind towards Drexton Silva. Aruba winning it back upfield with regularity. Cross stab clear from Belize. Jamaica just struggling to build out and build a rhythm in possession in the early stages. Numbers surging ahead for Jamaica. And they've conjured another corner. Excellent recovery defensively from Jayron Gomez. It will be Mario Nelson to take. He's a listed wide forward, playing fullback this evening. Gives you a sense of how assertive Andrew Peart's side is being. It's an in-swinging corner. Overcooked for everyone, and Quintero content to let that run out of play. Well, there is Tevin Savage. We mentioned the Cavalier Academy player. A lot of representation from Cavalier, Mount Pleasant, as well as Montego Bay United, three of the bigger clubs in the Jamaican Premier League. And that is what Dreyer Bracho and company have to contend with on the Aruban side of things. So much proven pedigree at the youth ranks in the club level. His counterpart Andrew Peart led Jamaica to a winning start yesterday. Now has his eyes set on topping the group in decisive fashion. Bokout. And here's Breyer. Quintero looking to run in behind. Lake Washington is first to it. Well, a reminder to those just joining us on our coverage of the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. 35-minute halves in this competition, so 70-minute matches plus stoppage time. We've already seen the sheer degree of parity that has added. Belize-Curaçao match, the earlier match in this group, the prime example. Curaçao led for the lion's share of it. Belize striking twice in the final 10 minutes, including a 69th minute winner from the penalty spot to steal 3 points from Curaçao, the favored nation, the side that was on the front foot. And oh, how that has shaken up the group. Has also taken some pressure off of Jamaica, at least in this fixture. If they win, they'll go top comfortably. Here is Carlondo Morris, scored yesterday. And a parting gift from Javier Henry that draws the attention of Andrew Samuel. See Quintero in a tussle for it. Actually appears the ball is what hits him harder than Henry does, but the after effects on the contact is what draws our referee's ire. And the 13-year-old Jonathan Quintero is a bit slow to return to his feet here. Quintero, a very talented winger. And he does appear content to continue. One of the brighter bulbs so far in the opening 10 minutes for Aruba. Playing in the youth ranks of Racing Club Aruba. He's a month shy of his 14th birthday and playing a year and change above his age group. Gives you the sense of talent the number 7 has, Jonathan Quintero. Ten minutes gone, still no score between the host nation Aruba and Jamaica. And Aruba acquitting themselves quite well in that span, more than holding their own on the possession front. arguably creating the better of the half chances as well. Lofted long. It's an inviting ball, but Jaheim Gray is off his line to collect. He may have been called into action more times than he would have expected entering the day. It is just the first ever competitive match between Aruba and Jamaica. Two sides consistently in different leagues. This is the first time they've been in the same pool since 2013, when there were no divisional splits in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Jamaica historically bouncing between League A and League B, Aruba League B and League C. And now their paths cross. This hooked forward. Maybe a chance for Jamaica on the counter. Sprayed wide. Savage looking for Morris. There's a quick turn, but he left the ball dangling. And now you're seeing some confidence with the way the Reggae Boys knock it about. Went through a wobble in the opening stages, but look far more like themselves, like the Jamaica we expected entering the night. Starting to take control of this possessional battle. That ball drew Rivas off his line. It's cleared only as far as Carlondo Morris. Savage. Positive run from Clark. Curling towards the back post. It falls for Savage. And commits a foul in the process. The chance is lost for the Reggae Boys. Tevin Savage popping up in some very promising spots, though. You see Davion Clark navigate through the thicket of orange kits. And the header falls rather kindly for him, but does hit his hand at the end of that interchange. So it goes by the wayside rather quickly. Clark pulling the strings. Taylor. Back for Javier Henry. And just to maintain control of it. These are the moments where Aruba will have to weather significant pressure. They've done very well to keep Jamaica honest the other direction. Got off to a fast start in possession, but now pinned in their own half. Tevin Savage has a pop. Rather routine, though, for Rivas. It rolled right to him. There is your look at the 15-year-old between the sticks. You wondered if Rivas or Juan Luis Cardona would start for Aruba. They're both club teammates at Racing Club Aruba. Common theme, a lot of Racing Club Aruba products or SV Britannia products on this Aruban U-15 side. Also with 3 players in the squad that play their club football abroad. 1 in the 11 in the form of Quincy Nelise, the Sparta Rotterdam Academy player. Bokout queuing up this long throw for Aruba. For those just joining us, we welcome you into our coverage of the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. No score between Aruba and Jamaica in Group D, the nightcap in League B action here from Oranjestad, the capital city of the island of Aruba. The host nation holding their own, but Jamaica starting to establish a vice grip on possession and now sending numbers in behind. Samuel Taylor just a couple footsteps behind it. Henry. Savage. Linking well with Clark. The return ball just behind him, though. Maybe options for Aruba the other direction. Kelvin Brown recovering quite nicely. Vasquez. This is Nelis, the aforementioned Dutch bass player. Navigating through traffic very cleverly. Deno Brega, the creative talisman and the captain for this Aruba side. Taylor picks out Tevin Savage. Already creating havoc with his pace. Savage didn't contact it cleanly. Taylor continues to give chase to this. Jamaica has, across the senior and youth level, been viewed by many as a potential sleeping giant. Already mentioned the run to the Gold Cup semis, at the youth ranks qualifying for a few U-17 and U-20 World Cups as well. A side that has also reached the final stage of World Cup qualifying this cycle. While the results have been somewhat inconsistent in the U-15 ranks, they're fresh off their best tournament in their young history in the U-15 championship. Reached the semifinals of League A, finishing second in a group that included Mexico before eviscerating Honduras. They ultimately lost the third place match to Haiti, but it was more than a successful tournament. There's a player down for Aruba, getting his knee looked at by the physios. At the midway point of this first half, it was Jaron Gomez, the defender, who went down. And for the moment, Aruba will be defending this corner with 10 men. Gomez will try to walk off the knock. Outswinger from Savage. Flicked on by Taylor. May have been caught between two minds, whether to redirect or put on frame. Ultimately fizzles. Halfway through our opening 35 minutes in the nightcap of night 2 in League B action of the Concacaf Boys U-15 Championship. Jamaica trying to go top of Group D. Any sort of result would do so through 2 match days, although a win would obviously take the pressure off them considerably ahead of their final match of the group stage against Curaçao. Aruba, in the meantime, must at least get a draw to stay afloat, although it would be a very unlikely circumstance because Aruba, with a goal difference that pales in comparison at the moment to Jamaica, 3-goal gap. So effectively, the goal would be to win. Quintero in a wrestling match with a number of Jamaican defenders. Nelson ushers it back to Jaheim Gray between the sticks. Navigated nicely by Taylor. He's looking to pick out a runner on the near side. Very well done by Kevon Holloway. He has been all over the shop in the opening stages for the Reggae Boys. Brown launching it ahead, well beyond the reach of the onrushing convoy of Jamaican attackers and into the gloves of Kendrick Rivas. You're starting to see why Aruba was such the conundrum for Curaçao in the opening match. Able to park numbers behind the ball, very tough to play through. These very skilled Jamaican attackers have yet to carve out a decisive chance, even though they are well and truly on top in terms of possession and chance creation. Washington. Here's Javier Henry. For Aruba, it's their third straight contest or campaign in Division 2 or League B of the U-15 championship. They had one sojourn to D3 was what it was called then in 2017. But otherwise, a fixture in this league. I've already mentioned Jamaica's high pedigree. Team that was in League A the last two tournaments before making the drop down to League B due to a shortened field this year in the top division. Nelson. Morris. Drifting wide, it's a decent cross to the back post for Taylor. Couldn't buy himself time to put his laces through it. One back by Kenrick Brown. Maybe options for Aruba on the break. Nelis squirts it back. Chance for Aruba just to reestablish some semblance of a possessional foothold. Dreyer Bracho's side got off to quite the start in that regard. The first 5 minutes, even creating a number of appetizing looking half chances. But since Jamaica started to find its footing in possession, they've struggled to touch them in that regard. Have still remained organized out of possession, though. Taylor and Holloway playing it wide. Taylor giving chase. This is still Samuel Taylor looking for Clark. It is methodical. It is surgical from Jamaica, but it has yet to be devastating or decisive. Savage. One-two with Clark. Physical coming together between Nelis and Taylor. Taylor wins it. Now Davion Clark again. Another high arcing cross in, and it's in! Carlando Morris strikes inside 25 minutes, and Jamaica with a deserved advantage. Well-worked goal this. Played wide to Kenrick Brown, whose cross is pinpoint, arcing right into the boots of Carlando Morris, who has scored his second in as many matches in this competition. Jamaica 1, Aruba 0. Carlando Morris, the 15-year-old who plays for Montego Bay United in the Jamaican Premier League. Scored shortly after the restart to polish off the victory against Belize he has struck much earlier here today. It is 2-2 for the number 9, and it is a 1-0 Jamaica advantage, all going according to plan for the Reggae Boys. Now Savage snatches it. Henry. This is danger time now for Aruba. Jamaica's bordering on top gear. Henry is penalized. It took them a while to get uncorked. But now that they have, they look the part of a side that is expected to contend for a League B title. Washington. Options aplenty. Kenrick Brown on it. Another arcing cross, and this one far too tight on Kendrick Rivas. Orlando Morris was lingering, though. Holloway. And this is Borndeno Brega. Jamaica with numbers again. Samuel Taylor charging ahead. Clark looking through for Morris. Cleared only as far as Henry. Taylor again. Lays it off! Decent hit from Clark, but right at Rivas. This is elite level football. One touch from Taylor. He continues his run as well. Ultimately, Clark opts to take it. Not a bad effort, but it needs to be better to at least trouble Rivas. We are in the business end of this first half. A 1-0 advantage to the Reggae Boys of Jamaica. Carlando Morris and the 25-minute threshold striking after a lovely cross from Kenrick Brown. Jamaica looks hungry for further before the break. Nelson. Now Clark again, whose heat map must be all over the place in this first half. Negotiating to the byline. Brought down from behind. It did look like the defender got the bulk of the ball, it must be said. The referee agrees that Lucas Bayer played a clean challenge. Clark is still down. You see him bypass Bayer. Would have been a rather harsh penalty. But now the standout performer, arguably of the first half, is prone on the deck, and this is not a welcome sight for supporters of the Reggae Boys. On 30 minutes, he's started to run the show. And appears happy to try and walk this off. Constant instructions from Andrew Peart. I'm sure he's pleased with the way his side has rebounded from a start that wasn't catastrophic, but wasn't necessarily the dominant Jamaica we've come to expect. After 30 minutes, though, 1-0. Carlando Morris, the lone goal scored after a sweeping move. And Aruba well and truly on the back foot ever since. Holloway. Henry. Plenty of space now for Tevin Savage. The last sight you want to see as a defender. Curling cross towards Morris. Falls for Henry. Went down after very little contact. And a handball against the Jamaican midfielder. Goes down on very little contact. That is not a penalty in any world. And then touches it with his hand in the process of trying to win the penalty. On the stroke of halftime. Still just the 1-goal advantage for Jamaica. Aruba has shown relatively few signs of springing a surprise before intermission. But as the margin remains slim, you never know what can transpire.
Good.
Jonathan Quintero. Holloway. Sent to the deck. Drexton Silva may be penalized for this challenge. Clark. Savage. Cutting it back to Clark. He opened his hips up, opened him up too wide, it seemed. Another lovely bit of interplay. And Aruba may be rather fortunate that Clark didn't put this on frame, because otherwise it may have been two. One-touch football, the cutback. Clark is trying to pick out that bottom right corner. He opens his hips up too far too soon, and that's what drags it wide. Clark again. Surging forward, options aplenty. Caught between two minds, it seemed. Didn't know whether to pick out Morris or Taylor. "50-50 this. Bocout loses out, and then the tug on Savage's kit. And Savage seems incensed that that is not a foul in his favor. He may have a point. We're in the final minute of the initial 35 of this first half. It is still Jamaica by the slimmest of margins, but it is a Jamaica side that has been good value for their lead. Orlando Morris striking in the 25th minute. Since then, a number of chances that could have easily gone in as well. But Aruba's still hanging around. They've been tough to break down at times, and the longer this persists, the more likely strange things can occur. Taylor loses out to Nelise. Vasquez was caught on the turn. Just 1 minute separates us from halftime. Clever turn from Vasquez. Henry just runs right into the back of him. And barring late drama in this first half, Jamaica is set to enter halftime with a deserved advantage, but not a decisive one. Rabith gave chase there. It is Nalise on it. Savage looking for Morris, the imposing figure up front. Rivas just wins that foot race, maybe by a matter of footsteps. And that likely will do it for our first half. There is the halftime whistle. It is a Jamaica team that has good value for its 1-0 lead, but it is not the decisive multi-goal advantage they would have been hoping for. Carlando Morris, the lone goal scorer in the 25th minute for the Reggae Boys, as they really took over this match around the 10-minute threshold and have not looked back since. The question is, in the second half, can they compound it, or will things get nervy late? We'll step aside briefly when we return, a look back at the standout moments from the opening 35 minutes. Time to take a look at the standout moments from the first half in the nightcap in League B between Aruba and Jamaica. And early on, it looked like maybe Aruba would spring a surprise on a Jamaica side, hoping to establish a vice grip on Group D. It was not the most dominant of starts for the Reggae Boys. They were able to hang in there through the opening 5-minute wobble and recover quite nicely. We got underway with Aruba having a little boost in front of its home support. This is their best chance so far. This half-volley effort that was rocketed right at Jaheim Gray, but then Jamaica started to take the match over. Some physical coming togethers and such, but Jamaica progressively won the battle in midfield, and that man, Davion Clark, was exceptional in the opening 45 minutes, picking out teammates in the area with regularity, while there was some frustration as to who would finally provide the opener for Jamaica. All of that came to a screeching halt after this came in and Jamaica started to churn away chance after chance. Orlando Morris grew into it as the half progressed. Whipping in this cross to the back post. Taylor just couldn't get his boots around it. And as it looked like maybe it could be a frustrating evening, Jamaica finally found a way to open the scoring shortly thereafter. Samuel Taylor created some danger. This was a good chance for the Reggae Boys. And as we were on and on, Jamaica finally grabbed the match by the scruff of the neck. You see this get ushered wide to Kenrick Brown. It is a great cross right into the path of Carlondo Morris, who delivers and puts the Reggae Boys in front on 25 minutes. And from there, they just continued to create chance after chance. But the key word, they didn't score a second. It's dominant. It's not decisive, at least through the first 35 minutes. Davion Clark continuing to manufacture opportunities. This his best chance when he opened his hips up and dragged it wide. And that was the last glaring opportunity of the half for the Reggae Boys. They settle for the 1 goal. It is not perfect by any means, but it was a very strong performance. And as we mentioned when the halftime whistle sounded, good value for their lead. We will take another quick breather when we return the start of the second half here from the island of Aruba. the booking issue to Jonathan Quintero for a reason that confuses him. Likely his reaction to the whistle on the pitch. Well, there is your look at Aruba with their changes. It's a side that brings off Abith, replaces him as well. Numbers forward for Jamaica again. Savage, decent cross in. It found the head of Morris, but knocked it well over the bar. Carlando Morris continuing to get into very dangerous spots. This is a perfect cross right into the path of Morris, but he gets the wrong type of contact on it. Spins it over the bar instead of heading it downward. Jamaica's picked up right where they left off at halftime. Brown assisted Morris's opener, and he loses it on the far side. For those just joining us, we welcome you into the Stadion Guillermo Trinidad in Aruba, the host nation of the League B matches in the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship. A 1-0 advantage for Jamaica over Aruba in this Group D nightcap. Carlando Morris, the lone goal scorer. As things stand, Jamaica would go back atop the table with 6 points and would have the inside track on winning the group. The 4 group winners in League B all advanced to the semis. The rest playing final position matches on Friday. So those are the stakes at play. Very little margin for error in the group stage, even for nations like Jamaica, which are expected to progress. They've already watched Curaçao slip up today, so the amount of pressure on them has abated a bit. Here's the goal scorer, Morris. Savage. Clark. Kenrick Brown. Clark again. Can't quite bypass his defender in Jayron Gomez. And options aplenty. Samuel Taylor just loses out. It's an excellent sliding challenge from Nelis. Clark again. Kenrick Brown in space. First time cross. It's in the quarter of uncertainty. Still loose and deflected rather fortunately to Dano Brega. But he slipped. Savage. Brown. Falls for Holloway. Morris in a tussle for it. And too much contact, according to our official. Carlando Morris, physically dominant forward here. There is not a lot in that, but I think it's the extension of his arm, which draws our referee's ire. And any time you have that much of a size advantage on your defender, as a forward, you have to be careful. Because the slightest bit of contact will look far worse than it actually is due to your sheer strength advantage. There's an Aruba player down with cramp. That has been an unfortunate theme of the day in these sweltering temperatures. And he is up to his feet. Aruba briefly will be down to 10 unless they make a change. It is Alan Vasquez, a listed midfielder who's been in a deeper lying role today. He's just trying to walk off the cramp. Here's Morris. Clark now over the top. Options aplenty. A chance here for Jamaica. Couldn't wrap his boot around it. Decent effort here. You see Savage latch onto this. Just ushers this onto his right foot. Just curling it wide. A lot of venom in that effort. And now the goalkeeper, Kendrick Rivas, is down. And he appears set to continue. We've hit the 45-minute threshold here in the second half. 10 minutes since the restart. It is still Jamaica with the 1-0 advantage. And it is still Jamaica trying to find the decisive final blow. It has been a theme since they opened the scoring 25 minutes in. Holloway. Savage again. Another cross in towards Taylor. Went for the exceptional aerial finish. And the acrobatics don't pay dividends that time. It's audacious. Samuel Taylor didn't contact it cleanly enough, but if he had finished that, it would be one to live permanently on the highlight reel. Clark. Another decent-looking cross. This time Rivas reads it to perfection. Clark. Skipping by Deno Brega, who's had his hands full with his opposite number all day. Bypassed again. Flashing ball. Rolls to Samuel Taylor. Brown shrugged off it. And immediately one back. Holloway! Whistle sounded before he could put it on frame. The offside flag was raised. You're beginning to see them hit their zone now. One-touch passing, laying it off perfectly into the path of Holloway, who had a clean strike at it. Would have been saved anyways, but Jamaica currently running rings around La Selección. As another Aruba player is down. It appears to be Alan Vasquez again, who came back onto the pitch trying to run off the earlier cramp. And now seems to be down again. And they're immediately signaling for a substitution. Credit to Vasquez for giving it a good go, but his night comes to a premature conclusion. Aruba forced into a change. Jamaica will make a double as well. It will be Kevon Holloway vacating for Steve Hewitt. Meanwhile, Kelvin Brown will enter for Malik Wellington. There are now 2 Kelvin Browns on the pitch, and I believe they'll be playing next to each other at center back. Vasquez is out.
Number 15, Kelvin Brown.
And he is replaced by Davison Sierra. So Sierra for Vasquez, and then Jamaica brings in Kelvin Brown for Malik Washington, also brings out Kevon Holloway. So a few players that were playing a pretty critical role in Jamaica going forward. Off the field, Hewitt into the action in place of Holloway. And it is actually Samuel Taylor who leaves for Kelvin Brown. So a forward for Kelvin D. Brown, another listed forward. So Kelvin D. Brown is up front. Number 15. Number 14, Kelvin O. Brown, is in the heart of defense for Jamaica. And then you've got Kenrick Brown at fullback if you don't want to make anything, if you want to make anything more confusing. 3 players with identical initials playing key roles in this Jamaican side as we approach the final 20 minutes. That is Kelvin Brown trying to win the ball back. Brown giving chase. Henry. Maybe a chance for Aruba on the counter. Quintero has one runner with him in the form of Wijnaldum. Instead, a throw comes. We are inside the final 20 minutes. Still 1-0 to Jamaica. Carlando Morris's 25th minute strike is what separates these two sides. Once again, Jamaica unable to land that final punch just yet. Quintero. Bashed away. Rolls all the way to Kendrick Rivas. We have already seen the repercussions of a side in Group D that didn't take its chances to make it 2-0. Curaçao learning that the hard way in its defeat to Belize, conceding twice in the final 7 minutes to go from 1-0 up to a 2-1 defeat. Margins can be so fine at times. Morris. Maybe options for Aruba. Overcooked towards Jaheim Gray, though. Aruba is effectively playing for its tournament life. A defeat tonight and its quest to advance is futile. They would be eliminated. Even a draw would make things rather unlikely. They would need to find a way to turn this fixture around and win it to feel good about their possible chances of progressing. And when you look at the possession disparity in this one, doesn't seem to be super likely, as another Aruba player is down after another physical battle. Kelvin Brown giving chase. Just runs right into Jayron Gomez. And the young defender is still prone on the pitch. So now they're signaling it will be a Jamaica corner, so that adds insult to matters. Gomez tries to walk this off. Steve Hewitt stands over the corner. Outswinging ball. And not the best of deliveries, it must be said. Bokout. We approach the final 15 minutes. Aruba still hanging in there despite being on the back foot for pretty much the entirety of the last 40 minutes across both halves of play. Well, this is well worked. Hewitt breaks up the action though. Gomez is back out there. Aruba back to full strength. Kelvin Brown playing through a sea of orange kits. And now snatched back. Hewitt looking for Kelvin Brown again. Comes to the feet. And back to Rivas. Does further drama await? Does the host nation have a Herculean comeback and start? Henry plays it through, a chance for Jamaica, and it is two. Morris again, a brace, and Jamaica may be home free. Carlando Morris 2, Aruba 0. Henry wins it back upfield, plays it perfectly into the path of Morris, and a routine finish. A true striker's finish, and Jamaica is well on its way to another 3 points. Make it a brace for Carlando Morris. Make it 2 goals for Jamaica, and make it possibly 3 points for Jamaica. It is merited, and finally that elusive second goal goes Jamaica's way. The Reggae Boys lead 2-0. Savage now looking to switch to Brown. Overhit it. That was the moment that the Reggae Boys were hunting for the better part of a half hour. There were a number of moments where we felt they should have grabbed that second. They do now. And barring a major collapse, they will be in line to top the group with plenty of cushion ahead of the final match day tomorrow. It sets them up so nicely for that Curaçao clash. Even if they were to lose by a goal, they would still top the group. More likely than not, at least, depending on whether Belize took care of business against Aruba. Well, if you are Aruba, it's just about finding one to instill some nerves in the Jamaica defense. Right now, Jamaica is cruising. You can take them out of that mentality, potentially makes things a bit nervier. And when players play nervy, they play tight on occasion. Another forward pass. Kelvin Brown is in. Near post finishes. The substitute on the score sheet, and that should all but wrap it up. Great finish from Kelvin Brown. You see it one back upfield. Brown from a very tight angle just puts his laces through this. You maybe could say Kendrick Rivas should be doing better with that. Beats him at his near post. Brown won't care. It is 3-0 Reggae Boys, and it should be 3 points for the Reggae Boys as well. 2 goals in 3 minutes for Jamaica. 3 goals on the night. And Aruba forced into more changes. Trexton Silva exits. He is replaced by Matthew Maduro. Maduro, the 14-year-old, into the action as we hit the final 10 minutes. And the result was maybe slightly in doubt 5 minutes ago. It's definitely not now. A second for Carlando Morris, and then a dagger by Kelvin Brown. And the points are all but secured now by the Reggae Boys, inflating the goal difference as well. We have hit the hour mark. 10 minutes ago, it was a 1-0 scoreline. It is now 3-0. And Jamaica completely in the driver's seat. They now ready some more substitutions. Ramesh Sims, as well as Kyle Hussey getting set to enter. Sims replaces Javier Henry in the center of the park. A like-for-like change. And then Hussey in for Kelvin Brown, the defender. Kelvin Brown, the man that just scored, is still on the field, as is Kenrick Brown. So Hussey for Kelvin Brown, the defender. Sims for Javier Henry. And Jamaica can coast from here on out. This puts Jamaica in a fantastic spot for its group finale against Curaçao. Would be on 6 points. The goal difference right now is +5. So that would require Belize to win by a 3 or 4-0 scoreline to put anything in peril should they lose to Curaçao by a narrow margin. Chance potentially for Aruba to put a spanner in the works. Teed up. No trouble for Gray. Two more changes for Aruba. The Knights of Liam Callister and Matthew Bokout come to a close. Naim Restrepo replacing Bokout. Meanwhile, Hubert Solanier also into the action. Solanier for Callister, Restrepo for Bokout. A mazy run forward by Jamaica. At this stage, knocking it about for fun. Savage clattering it into the back of the defender. Restrepo's first touch. And sent falling to the deck. Just a little trip. Not a ton of malice in it, but definitely a foul. Well, even though Aruba's quest at potentially reaching a first ever knockout stage will end here this evening, still playing in front of a packed crowd, supporting them every step of the way, has made for a lively atmosphere tonight. And they did give Jamaica a hard time for the opening 10 minutes and then held tough for the next 40 or so before things really begin to unravel. It is not an effort that they should be ashamed of by any means. Morris looking for Clark. Cleared only as far as Kenrick Brown. Now falls to Deno Brega. Maybe a chance on the break for Aruba. Quintero wrestled off it. No whistle from our referee. Any counterattack has been snuffed out at the source by this Jamaica back line. Deshaun Smith. Maybe something brewing again for Jamaica. Excellent read by Jayron Gomez. Final 5 minutes from Aruba. The host nation is set to exit the competition in terms of knockout stage aspirations. They still will have 2 more matches guaranteed. Their group finale as well as the final position matches. But it will be 0 points from a possible 6 and a bottom position in Group D ahead of that last clash with Belize. Another Aruba player down as tired legs begin to set in on this scorching night in Oranjestad. And Deno Brega and company will look to finish this out. The captain seems overall no worse for wear. It is important to note, it is 2 matches in as many days in this heat. It is no joke for any athlete, let alone players that are still developing. Issues for Rivas here. Does just enough to prevent anything catastrophic from coming of it. Orlando Morris is still sitting on a hat trick. I'm sure that is front of mind at the moment, given that the result is secured. Hussey lets it run. Kelvin Brown finds Hussey again. Kenrick Brown. Floated cross to the back post. Comes to ultimately nothing, and Deno Brega taking off the other direction. May have a chance to run at the defense. And loses out. Sierra. Decent run forward this in what is getting close to the final minute of the initial 70. Nelis curling it! Nearly finished. It knuckled oddly and had Gray scrambling, but he does just enough to parry it wide. Nelis does well here. Onto his favored right. It hooks and it has a very weird dip to it. That's what threw Gray off guard. Still out just for a corner though, and it is not the best routine by any means. Another long range hit. Much simpler for Gray this time around. His clean sheet still intact as we head to the 70-minute mark. Just awaiting the referee's word on added time at this stage. Three minutes is what separates Jamaica from 3 points. And at this point, it is a question of goal difference. Can Jamaica secure a fourth, or can Aruba bag a consolation goal? Aruba's fate is sealed. With this result, they will not finish atop the group, regardless of what happens on the final day of pool play tomorrow. Jamaica has themselves in the catbird seat in Group D. It would take a major collapse for them not to qualify for the semifinals. Sierra. Excellent move there to navigate past Brown. Quintero. Another decent cross. This too tight on Gray. Hussey. One final break forward for Jamaica, perhaps. Morris trying for the hat trick. He was not far off. That would have been a spectacular way to secure it. Morris just sticks with it and then puts his left boot through it. And it drew Rivas in action. It's one for the cameras, that. And he denies Carlando Morris what would have been his hat trick securing goal. Final minute of the added 3. Sims takes it short. Onto his left foot, plays it through to Hussey. Pokes it in. Riding the challenge to make it 4, the substitute. The 15-year-old Kyle Hussey makes it 4-0 to Jamaica. Picks this up in the half space, weathers the ferocious tackle, and still finishes regardless. That is the final parting gift for Aruba. Kyle Hussey in the 73rd minute to effectively boost the goal difference for Jamaica. They will go top with 6 points and a +6 goal difference, which is better than anyone in the group by a country mile. It would take something catastrophic for Jamaica to fail to qualify for the semis now. The goalkeeper is out of net, though. Quintero unable to pick it out. And that is the full-time whistle. Jamaica dominates in the second half. A wave of 3 second-half goals powers them to a 4-0 victory. Any doubt eradicated by the hour mark, and Kyle Hussey compounding it with a 4th in the dying embers. it finishes Aruba 0, Jamaica 4. Jamaica is atop Group D in rather comfortable fashion. Aruba is out of the competition as far as knockout stage potential is concerned. We will take a quick breather for our full-time highlights. When we return, we'll take a look at the standout moments. It finishes with Jamaica prevailing in 4-0 fashion. Stick with us. Time to look back at the 70 minutes that just transpired in the nightcap of League B in the Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. It was the host nation Aruba taking on Jamaica in a clash that could alter the complexion of Group D come evening's end. And well, it really didn't. Jamaica dominant with a 4-0 triumph to move atop the table with 6 points and the best goal difference by a country mile. Aruba did enjoy a fast start, contrary to what the 4-0 scoreline suggests. This half chance, if this goes differently, you wonder if the result goes a different way. But then Jamaica started to take the match over around the midway point of the first half. Tevin Savage and Davion Clark causing tons of mischief in the final third. Just a bevy of chances that Jamaica could not convert before they finally found their opener in the late stages of the first half. You see Samuel Taylor draw the defenders. He creates a decent-looking chance here for Davion Clark, and then moments later, the opener would come. It was won back by Taylor. Kenrick Brown was waiting on the far side, and what a cross he played in for Carlando Morris. All Morris had to do was tap it in, get a boot to it, and that he did. Jamaica led 1-0 in the 25th minute, but could not compound that in the tail end of the opening 35. They knocked it about so nicely. This was such a slick move, and Davion Clark just unable to put the finishing touches on it. And they continued to create havoc. Aruba could not play out, so much physical pressure. And then the second half commenced, and this is where Jamaica really began to take the match over. It was 1-0 at halftime. It did not finish 1-0. Things unraveled rather quickly around the hour mark. You saw Carlando Morris add his second after missing this header around the 45-minute threshold. Morris would eventually convert with his second of the evening after this chance was also missed by Tevin Savage. But they continued to apply pressure, and finally Morris got through on goal after it was won back upfield by Henry. Another routine tap-in the 56th, and this is where the floodgates began to open. 3 minutes later, the substitute in Kendrick Brown, Kelvin Brown, excuse me, got through on goal, drove this low at the near post, and made it 3-0. And that effectively wrapped up the points just shy of the hour mark. Aruba did have some decent half chances. This was the best of them. It was Nelise testing Kelvin Brown from afar, Jaheim Gray from afar. And then Hussey riding the challenge in the dying embers and finishing to polish off the points with Jamaica's fourth and final goal of the evening. Well, that is where things finished today from our coverage of League B action in Aruba. Jamaica rounds out the day with a comprehensive 4-0 victory over Aruba to move atop Group D. For our terrific Concacaf production crew, I am Sam Goldfarb, saying so long from the island of Aruba, where our last match finishes Jamaica 4, Aruba 0. Have a great rest of your evening, everyone.